Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning, Emily.
Good morning.
Hi.
Um, just a heads up, the most recent link in the email that was sent doesn't work. I had to go back to a previous one. I don't know if that's a problem on my end, but for some reason, the link in the email that I got like most recently about this, um, it like just says there might be a typo. So if some
Yeah,
people are having trouble joining, that might be it.
it's the same link. Like I noticed Dr. I in the chat, like the ON on there isn't hyperlinked. So if you click on it, it's not going to take you because that last part for some reason didn't get hyperlinked. But if you copy and paste it, like it works. It's the exact same one. So I'm gonna try to get it situated for the next few hours. But thank you for letting me know.
Yeah, because links in all previous emails, like you said, they're the same, but because that one O isn't hyperlinked, when you click on it, you just get an error message.
All right. So it looks like we have several people here, and I'm excited to see everybody. So I'll go ahead and I'll introduce myself. My name is Dr. James Economopoulos, and I am the Tech-CHIP program coordinator. And so we're hosting our annual conference, our annual virtual conference today. So we're really excited to have you all here. Tech-CHIP stands for the Texas Counselor Health Integration Project, and it's a program in our counseling department to help train our counseling students and really everyone in the community to strengthen the behavioral health workforce in Texas so that you all can be more prepared to work in integrated behavioral healthcare settings, to be able to recognize medical needs of clients as well, and then be able to have experience in collaboration with medical professionals. So it is a program that strengthens the integration of mental health and behavioral health services with primary care. So we're really excited to be hosting this conference today, and we have our conference starting now at 9, and we're going to have our presentation on early career counseling intervention for counseling students using a holistic approach. And then we are going to have other presentations following this. We'll have one at 10 o'clock. We'll have another at 11 o'clock. And then we'll come back at 1. And then we'll have our last one at 2 o'clock. So our conference will end at 3. And so hopefully you all got the itinerary. If not, feel free to contact us. I'll put my email in the chat. But I'll go ahead and I'll allow our first presenter to go ahead and introduce herself. And then you're welcome, Jennifer, to go ahead and get started.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me? Good morning. My name is Jennifer Gonzalez, and I am the Director of Career Development at Del Mar College. I'm very excited to be here on this Saturday morning. I am going to disclose I do like to present in person, so virtual for me is a little different. I know for some people it's backwards. They prefer virtual. I love to be in person. I'm a huge extrovert. But I'm very excited to be here this morning, and thank y'all for joining me this morning. A little bit about my background. I received my undergrad at Texas A&M University, Kingsville, and my master's from my master's degree at Texas A&M University, Corpus Christi. I used to work there about 12 years ago at Texas A&M University, Corpus Christi. I love the college setting. College students are my heart. I have presented at some conferences at Texas A&M in Kingsville as well, so I'm very excited to be here. I am a huge advocate for career counseling. I know that it is bigger in other areas than it is here in South Texas, but I have been an advocate for career counseling and the way that it ties into mental health for many, many years, about 15 years. I have done it in K through 12. I've done it in for-profit schools, career institutes, higher ed for both undergrad and master level students. And then of course at the community college level at Del Mar College. So I'm very excited to present today, and hopefully you will have a chance so you can ask me questions. I do have to, and I'll start my presentation and then I can touch on, I am an approved site for career counselor student interns. At the current time, I have one from A&M Kingsville, and I've had students from Texas A&M University Corpus Christi, like yourself, work under me as their site supervisor. So again, I love counseling. Love the whole mental health, career counseling, and any integrated programs that we can bring to our students. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Bear with me. We use Teams. So it was so funny because I'm so used to using Zoom, and then COVID happened and we had to use Teams. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Okay, can everyone see my screen? Great, thank you so much. So in this presentation, we're going to go over, I have a case study, I have some information, just a little bit of summary about Del Mar College and what our department does there in career development. And then I'm going to go right into some strategies. So with mental health, we work very closely with our mental health department at Del Mar College. Those counselors are LPCs or LPC associates. And very often we work very close with them because in career counseling, when students talk about the factors and things that they're considering when choosing a major or choosing a career path, very often they do go into some trauma that they've gone through in their lives, which really makes their career choice, which makes part of their career choice. So at that time, we do refer them out and to the to the counseling department. So for those of you that are not familiar with Del Mar College, we now have 3 campuses. We have the main campus, which is known as the Heritage Campus. We have the Windward Campus, which is on Old Brownsville Road. That campus is more what we call our workforce campus. Many of the students that are there, they have an idea or already know, most of them, not all, of what they're going to major in. And at our Heritage Campus, that's more of our transfer campus. And then our newest campus is Oso Creek, which is down the street from you guys over on Yorktown Boulevard. We also have our Center for Economic Development, which is off of Staples, which is more industry based and for the community to do some classes, whether it is Excel classes or certificate classes. We have over 100 degree and certificate options within 8 career pathways. And we don't have the numbers yet for 2024, but fall and spring, we had a total of 12,045 students. This is a little bit of our demographics. I really feel this is important so you guys have an idea of the population that we serve when it comes to our career counseling services. So I'm going to leave that for just a second, give you guys a chance. So a little bit about this, as I mentioned in the beginning, we are an approved site under me as the site supervisor. I have had 3 wonderful career counselor student interns from the counseling program at Texas A&M University Corpus Christi. And 3 of them that I had with me, 2 of them are still at Del Mar College, and 1 of them went on to work somewhere else. After they completed their intern, I had 1 that did their practicum somewhere else, both of their internships with me. And then I had the other that did the practicum and 2 internships with me, who is still, both of them are still at Del Mar College in different departments. One of them is in the enrollment center now, and the other one is an LPC associate for the counseling center. And then this was the first time this semester. I currently have 1, and she will be here in the summer and the fall for Texas A&M University Kingsville. And I am taking 1 more for the summer and fall semester. And a little bit about what the career counselors, student interns do. So in our services, and I'll go over that in the next slide, we cover huge variety of services. The career counselor student interns are the ones that do if not most, all of the career counseling aspect of the career development department, which means that they're focused is on the case management, the intakes, the choosing a major, selecting a career path, working with coping skills on the whole idea of looking and going into the workforce. And the majority of their students that they see are the incoming students that are coming to college, that are transitioning from high school to college, or are coming back for a second career, or are non-traditional students. Working at a community college, we have students from 17 years old all the way to 50 or higher. So as you can see, the experience in working with the students as a career counselor student intern is very beneficial, because they work with all populations. Our community college is, like I said, we have a huge range of students. We have our traditional students that want to come to school and transfer for their 4-year degree and higher. And then we have our students who are coming back later in life, who are considered our non-traditional students. So a little bit about our services. I'm not going to go into all of them. I'm just going to highlight the ones that are more of what our career counselor student interns do. So our one-on-one sessions are 45 minutes, and our students book our appointments online through our bookings link on our website. And of course, if they need a resume review, mock interview, and interview preparation for industry specific, and then our career counseling, career exploration, which the career counseling and career exploration is different. We also have a Viking career closet at all 3 campuses, and we also assist with job search strategies as well for those that have difficulties navigating the website, filling out the application. For some students, it is overwhelming. So we have sessions that we can teach them and kind of walk them through that. We also have our Viking career topic group sessions, how to choose a major, career fair strategies, and networking. We have students that had never been to a career fair before and are not really sure what to do when it's time to network with employers and attend career fairs. We have our interview preparation and interviewing skills, resume writing, job search strategies, and social media and LinkedIn. Our special events that we have on campus are classroom presentations, specialized career fairs and expos, networking events, employer panel and informational sessions, and college informational sessions, and transfer information. Because we are a community college, we don't have an office specifically for transfer, so we do serve as that office to help students get started on looking at the transfer, at their transfer options. So the first theory that I want to go over when it comes to career counseling is Super's developmental self-concept theory, which talks about the development theory on the idea. Let me move this. I'm having a little bit of problems. That's why I turned off my camera with it. With the idea that of the view of yourself, of how it changes. Time and experience help shape the way a person values their career and goals that they set. This theory defines a career as the entire lifetime of a person. So when career counseling comes into place, it's really important to understand that it's a process, just like the other forms of counseling. It's a process, and it's not something that you will get an answer in the first time that you see a career counselor. Oops. The career counseling goals are the process of guiding students on the path to self-discovery and working with them patiently, supporting them as they overcome self-doubt and make confident decisions based on their interests, leading to long-term satisfaction with their choices. Career counseling offers the individual to have self-identity for personal growth and development for self-value in their community. Holistic approach and comprehensive career counseling can be offered to all students or clients. So when it comes to career counseling, like I mentioned earlier, it's a process. It's something that's more than choosing a major or choosing a career or a job that they want to go into, especially when it comes to college students. It's really important to understand that career counseling is part of the onboarding process, the middle of the career, the college journey, and the end. And a lot of times, students need to understand that they're not going to get just like mental health counseling. They're not going to feel better the first session. I mean, they might feel a little better, but it's something that they have to keep working at to understand and build confidence in their decision making. Connecting students' goals, careers to personal outlook is really important. Understanding the student as a person by discussing short-term goals and long-term goals. We also have to make sure that these goals are realistic for the student based on what factors they're considering. Assisting the student to identify their academic strengths and challenges, discussing barriers, discussing career topics that connect with their academic interests, and discussing their beliefs and limitations. And also providing students with resources to feel motivated and discover who they are as a person, not as a minority, female, male, mother, daughter, or etc. So when students are choosing a major, a lot of times their family has a big influence on their decisions. And as career counselors, it's really important to build that student as a person and find out what motivates them to select the right career path for them. Of course, the goals have to be realistic and attainable, but also make the student feel confident about their decision on what they're choosing, not just, for example, a lot of times women believe that they have to choose a career that a woman is supposed to go into. As a career counselor, it is our job to assist them to understand what motivates them and they identify as a person, not as being a woman or a mother or a male that needs to go into a certain degree. How does career counseling contribute to mental clarity? So as counselors, we know that when an individual does not have mental clarity, they reach anxiety. They can go into depression, not feeling as they have a sense of ownership in their everyday life. So with that said, it's real important to work with our clients and our students on overcoming barriers. And by doing that, we can use early career planning, not waiting until the last minute, guiding by counselors. We can aid the individual in addressing barriers such as major uncertainty, self-doubt, imposter syndrome, which is a huge one, fostering confidence to pursue their desire and their career path. We also want to provide guidance and support. Career counselors provide essential support, helping individuals navigate challenges like selecting a major, managing doubts, and building confidence, ensuring a strong foundation for achieving career goals. So it ties from the very beginning. When you start your college journey, not sure what you're going for, it affects your total day, your classes, your attitude, your self-doubt. It can definitely take over your self-doubt and cause other stressors while you're going to college. Understanding the importance of using career counseling for confidence life decisions. Career counseling can help college students make informed decisions about their future by providing information about different career options, their pros and cons, and the steps needed to pursue them. It can also help students understand their strengths and weaknesses and how to fit them into different career paths. And I put one of my favorite quotes: career counseling may also offer support and reassurance to enhance students' sense of belonging and future well-being. Is there any questions? I know this is a lot of information. No? Okay. How career counseling can remove anxiety. So this is something that helps the career choosing process, knowing to learn to know yourself and learning to be confident with your identity. Career counseling can also help clients set attainable goals and develop coping skills. It can also help relieve career anxiety by identifying the source of the anxiety and reframing negative thinking. So career decision making, again, is a lifelong process, not meaning that you will make a decision that determines the rest of your life. So many students believe that in the first semester of college that if they don't select the correct major, that they're going to fail. So this is really important to understand and make the student understand that you're going to experience a lot of changes and they will alter both what you need and what you like. It's very natural for preferences to shift over time. It's like deciding where you're going to live. If your needs and preferences change, it's not crazy to move to a place and that fits better. And this is perfectly okay for students to understand that. The average student will change their major at least 3 times before choosing the correct one for themselves. So something that does help the career choosing process is knowing yourself. Where I'm not saying you need to understand every atom of your being, but you should try to understand your likes, dislikes, and things of nature. The better you understand yourself and the more about your options, the better your decisions. Finding the career fit is a highly dynamic process. And there's a lot of exploring in choosing your career major, and I'm going to go in a little bit into career exploration because it is different than career counseling. However, the career exploration can be part of the holistic approach in career counseling. So one thing for students to also remember to keep in mind that you're not deciding your entire future in one session or when you're choosing a major or making your career choice. There's always a lot of pressure for students when they first go in or when they're just going to start college, when family members or their friends ask what they're going to major in and what they want to do. You don't have to choose that. You don't have to select that in the first career session. It's a process. Each step along the career path provides a foundation for the steps that allow that follow, the same as with life. So I'd like to visit on career exploration. It is different from career counseling. So career counseling is a process that involves self-identity. So when you're starting a career counseling session, you're not going to go straight into what is your career or what do you want to be? Where do you want to work? Those are not the first conversations in a career counseling session. So each student is different. Our mission for our students and the population that we serve is to meet every student where they are. And in the holistic approach to career counseling, one of the strategies that we use is career exploration. So the career exploration, again, is different from career counseling. That's one of my pet peeves when individuals that are not familiar with the overall process of career counseling will say, well, they did career exploration. Okay, well, did they do career counseling? Well, same thing. No, it's not. If you go to our website and you look at our appointments to book an appointment with a career counselor, there are different options to choose from. So there's a career exploration option and there's a career counseling. It's really important to understand the difference. Career exploration is the process of researching and diving into the areas of work. And some of the resources that we use are the Occupational Outlook Handbook and utilizing career services. We also use career assessments. At the current time, we use Career Coach, which is a 60 question assessment. Now, we don't use that for every student because some students may not need that assessment, but it is a resource and a tool that we use for our students. Determining their strengths and areas in need of growth. We also use a skills inventory assessment. We also use a personality assessments. There's a total range of career assessments that we use in our career exploration. Learning about modern degree plans, internships, and work opportunities, discovering avenues to reach their goals, setting realistic goals. What is their main goal? How do their educational goals fit in that main goal? Because sometimes it's in steps by starting with smaller goals, short-term goals that will eventually lead into your long-term goals. How much schooling do they want to pursue, and what kind of environment do you want to thrive in? So this is part of the career exploration process. And I finished a lot faster than I thought, but I would like to see if there's any questions. I'd like to, if there's some time, I would like to go over a real case study from our caseload. Do I have time for that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you still have about 20 minutes for your total presentation, so you're more than welcome to take as much time as you want.
Okay, so let me find, I believe because I was working on this last night, I believe the case study is on the other, unless I skipped it because I talk a lot and fast. Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing my screen and I'm going to pull up the case study.
Hi, we had a couple of questions in the chat. I'm not sure if you want to wait until the very end to answer them, but I can read them out loud whenever you're ready for me to.
I would love that. I actually did want to leave some time for questions. If you just give me a second, I really wanted to give an example of a case study. And
Yeah.
if I don't find it, I have like 4 different PowerPoints and
For sure.
that are the same. Okay, I found it. Okay.
Awesome. Yes, I just wanted to, I saw that they put that in there, so I just wanted to clear up when we were going to ask questions, but thank you so much.
For sure. I would love to answer some questions. Let me talk a little bit about, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And I'm going to go ahead and talk about this case study. Okay, are you all able to see the screen?
Yes.
Okay. So again, I just want to elaborate on the wonderful population that we work with. So I have been at, again, at least maybe about 3 high schools and working, and maybe about 4 different institutions that are post-secondary, both at the community college, the university level, and the for-profit. And that is one of the reasons why I have always been an advocate for career counseling, because it is so rewarding. And of course, all counseling is, counselors are wonderful. You guys do amazing things with our students and our clients and in the community. But there are so many different factors in career counseling that I am hesitant to believe that everyone understands the process. Yes, the resume writing, the interview prep, the mock interviews, and the employer networking is super important to be productive, confident members in the community, but the overall beginning stages of career counseling is so important. So this is a case study of one of our career counselors that I asked her for, and she, this is the one that popped into her head because it was the most recent that she sent me. And This particular student, and we didn't put her real name. She was a 20-year-old student who moved from Austin, Texas to live with her grandmother. Her family encouraged her to go into healthcare field. So she spent her first semester in pre-medical technology, knowing that that was not the right fit for her. So already going to college, just think about it for a second. She had the pressure of her family wanting her to go into the healthcare field. So she went into college on top of everything else, not knowing moving, not knowing what her college life was going to be like, or already going into that hesitation with not really knowing what she was going to do. But she went into the medical technology because that's what her family encouraged her to do. So when she visited with the career development department for career counseling session, she took the assessment and prompt to give more information about her skills, preferable subjects, level of education that she wanted to pursue, and previous work history. So again, the assessment is not, so it doesn't work where you come take the assessment and it gives you, and I'm not sure how many of you have taken a career assessment. It will give you outcomes based on the way that you answered the questions. And so because you get an outcome, that doesn't automatically mean that that's the field of study that you should go into. But it is an idea based on the way you answered the questions. So the assessment is not the only tool that career counselors are needing to use. She explained that when she lived in Austin, Texas, she worked at Tesla Gigafactory and had a strong interest in the field, but could not pinpoint what the career was. So they talked more about it. She told her what parts of the Gigafactory that she was really interested in and fascinated with. And so the career counselor encouraged her to take the assessment, and the results and the view resources were to pinpoint the work that she was interested in. So from their sessions, they had about 3 sessions and the career assessment. The career counselor also did a little bit of advising. So we are not advisors. We have advisors in each department and in the enrollment center. However, we are all very knowledgeable. We go through several training. My staff is required to go through several trainings to understand the DMC programs, so that when students ask us basic questions, we're able to answer them. So they did look at some degree plans, and they came to choose a major to industrial technology, industrial engineering, which is one of the programs that is over at our Windward campus. So as you can see, a student, and this is very, very, very common, a student will go in for nursing or another type of allied health, and
You're muted, Jennifer.
okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so this particular student was a 20-year-old student, so it was more of our traditional student. However, we have students of all ages, and as some of them are coming back after being stay-at-home moms for many, many years of taking care of their family. We had one call us last week and tell us that she had been a single mom for many years and was coming back to school, and she was ready to get her degree and work at the same time to gain experience. And so as you can imagine, that career counseling session is going to be very different from the one that I just showed you. So with that said, I can open it up for questions.
In the chat, we had 2 quick questions. One was, what would you say is the most rewarding part of career counseling, and how do you gauge progress with clients, sorry.
That is a wonderful question. So the most rewarding about career counseling is watching the student graduate and go into their career path. Again, I have to stress that we have students that are at different levels in their life, different times of their life. We have students that have children, they have grandchildren. So seeing them finish and accomplish with confidence, for me, is the most rewarding. The whole outcome of career counseling should be feeling confident about yourself and the decisions that you're making in life. And that starts with who you are, which is what your career is. You know, as I mentioned to you guys, I'm a huge extrovert. You can probably tell it's just kind of early on a Saturday morning for me. So I'm a huge extrovert, and I take pride in helping students and my staff come out of their shells, see them fly. You know, all of that is the most rewarding of career counseling, when they are happy with the career path that they chose, and they have certainty of what they want to do in life. When they first came in for career counseling, they had no idea. So the process of that, again, takes more than one session. You know, with some students, it's different from our on-campus counseling center, where some students will come several times. Career counseling, we have students that will come 3 or 4 times, maybe more, at all parts of their college journey. It can be in the beginning when choosing a major, and then coming in to find out what they can do because they have no work experience and they want to put something on their resume. So we encourage them to go to fairs. We encourage them to be on student associations, to do volunteer work. It's a whole process. And then at the end, when they're getting ready to go into the workforce, that's a whole other anxiety. That's a whole other questions that they start asking themselves. What if I can't make it? What if I don't do well in the workforce because it's so different from college? What if I can't communicate and do as well as I did in school? So that's a whole other session. So the most, to answer your question, because I can go on, it's a very good question, is seeing the student being confident about who they are as a person and going into their career, or having an idea of what they want to go into. And then how do we track them and track their outcomes and their process and their progress? We follow up with our caseload of students. We follow up with our graduates that have come to our offices. We follow up with them. We see how they're doing. Sometimes they come back to look for a job. We just had a student that called us and said that they were applying for a promotion. So they wanted to come back. Again, it goes, you know, I can go on and on and on. So, but that's a great question. Thank you. Did we have another question?
Those were the only two questions in the chat. But if anybody else, if you want to unmute yourself or you put it in the chat, I can read it out loud. That's fine.
If I could ask, do you recommend any helpful websites just for us as counselors who might be working with clients that have interest in exploring career options? Like, do you have any resources that maybe we could also utilize?
Yes, I do. So we have several, and the neat thing about career counseling, there's many different free ones on, it depends on what stage of career counseling. So if you're going through personality traits and skills inventory and things like that, it would be like the Young's typology. I don't know if you guys have heard of that. We use that a lot. And I'm going to share my screen so I can look, list them. They're listed on our website. So let me see. I know we have a few minutes. I can pull it up. We also use, to answer your question, we use Career Coach. The school actually pays for that one, but there are several that are very similar. We also have Handshake, and I know that your university has it as well, and that is more for connecting students to internships, but they also do have some questionnaires on there as well. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen just really quick so that I can show you how to get to our website. These are some great questions. Thank you, guys. I was kind of nervous, thinking no one was going to ask questions. Okay, so can everyone see my screen? Yes. Okay. So this is our Del Mar website. And so what we tell our students, because we see them everywhere and they'll ask us really quick questions, because most students will think that career counseling is a really quick session and that we can do, we can have them choose a major really fast. So if you go to our website, Career Development Del Mar College, and in your case, if you're the clients that you're working with at your university, if they are former Del Mar alumni or they went to Del Mar College, they should still be able to use these resources. So this is our website and it goes in over our mission and goals. Everything is available, everything we had, our workshops and events this semester. And there's myself, my staff, if you go to career tools and assessments, that here they are. So most of these are free. The only one that's not is the career coach. In the past, we've used 360 choices, which is a career assessment also. But we are now using career coach. And as you can see, there's our book an appointment. And these are some free tools right here that we use. So you can definitely refer your clients to these that are free. And then also, like I said, the neat thing about Del Mar is we have so many students that either they graduate or they transfer to you guys. They're always more than welcome to come back to us. You also have a wonderful career development department at your campus. I was there for 4 years before transitioning over to Del Mar College. I have been at Del Mar College for over 11 years. So, but those are some tools and some websites that you can definitely refer your clients to. And because I know you guys are in the community, or if you have anyone that you know, we always take donations for our Viking Career Closet. It is totally run by donations. We do have a lot of students that utilize those closets. So if you know anyone that would like to donate, they can contact me. And that's it. I hope I answered your questions. These were some great questions. I would love to do this again. If you guys have this again or would like me to speak on anything with career counseling.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. Yes, this was a very helpful presentation. It was really informative. And so, yeah, we'd be happy to invite you back. This is great. Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And you guys have a great rest of your Saturday. And I hope you guys enjoyed the conference. Thank you again so much. I love speaking to college students at any level. So please include me in your next one.
Awesome. Wonderful. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
So I do want to do a very quick reminder for those of you all that might not be seeing the chat. We did put our emails there. If you want a CE for this specific session that we just had, please email us with the time that you all attended and then your full name so that we can start the certificate process.
And then for now, we have a break. We will have our next presentation starting at 10 o'clock. And so you're welcome to stick around. We'll still keep our Zoom on. And this is all being recorded. And then we will come back at 10 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay, it is 10 o'clock. So just checking if everyone's back.
I'm
All right.
back and I believe I'm up next.
Excellent. All right. Yes, Emily, thank you. So we have our next session coming up, and it is on the use of Dungeons and Dragons as a therapeutic tool for hospitalized clients. Emily, you're ready to go ahead and begin. You can introduce yourself, and then you have the screen sharing privileges.
Excellent. My name's Emily Beeman. Some of you may be familiar with me. I recognize several people here. I am a second year doctoral student, and today I would like to talk a little bit about Dungeons and Dragons and how it can be used as an integrated care technique to help hospitalized clients who are either due to illness or injury forced in a situation where they're in a remote location. Um, Share screen. Okay, here we go. Sorry, I always forget how to screen share. Okay.
Yeah, we can see
Since
it.
I'm not going to bring it up in full screen because I'm going to be clicking on a number of websites. And if it's all right, I think leaving it this way will make it easier to access those websites when I get to them. Because a big part of this is, the remote play aspect. And I'm going to be showing you how to do that through various websites. But my first question I have for you, and this is an integrated, can you see the questions? Can you see the slide?
Yes, it's
Yes.
not in full presentation mode, but
I know, I know.
on your
Like I
screen.
said, that's intentional just because I'm going to be clicking out to a lot of websites. And when you're in full presentation mode and you have to click out of it to go to a website, it's just sort of cumbersome. So leaving it this way will allow you to see that. And then also I'll be able to like just quickly go to various websites.
Sounds good.
Okay, great. Um, who here has experience with Dungeons and Dragons or any other role-playing tabletop game like Pathfinder or, just some of the one-shots they do, like anything like that?
I do. Excuse me, I do.
Okay, yes, I'd love to hear you talk about that if you're comfortable with it.
Yeah, I currently am in a campaign for D&D. And I have like just indulged in other content and things like that. So,
If you don't mind me asking a follow-up question, like I appreciate you putting yourself out there, and I don't mean to put you on the spot again, but what aspects of playing those games do you enjoy?
oh yeah, I don't mind. I really like how immersive it is. You can really live yourself out, as not a different person, but yourself in a different light. When you work through scenarios that could be very challenging to go through even in person, you're able to, it's literally role play, so you can practice that too. And it's really fulfilling to be able to see character development too, because you believe that that's you developing alongside your character, which is really fun to go through, I think, at least.
Yeah, no, wonderful answer. I really appreciate that. Anyone else have anything to add? That's okay. No one else has anything to add. Santiago, thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and ask my next question now, which I think I am anticipating more people will have experience with this next thing. Who remembers the COVID-19 pandemic and how did it feel being trapped in one location for a long period of time? I'm going to go ahead and start with my first experiences. I felt very depressed being trapped in my house for a long period of time. You don't really realize how many things you just go out and do until you're unable to do them. And I lost my job. And my job was my connection to a lot of people sort of in the area. So I lost a lot of those relationships. I wasn't able to go out and do a lot of the fun stuff I enjoyed to do anymore. And I was sort of just in a situation where I felt very stuck and trapped. Anyone else want to talk about that?
I'd say you have it pretty spot on. Being trapped in one place, being very self-isolated was tough. Parasocial relationships became extremely important. since that was the way to kind of connect with people. And I ended up, funny enough, being in a long-term D&D 5e game. And you could see with our lack of being able to move anywhere, we look so forward to these game sessions and being able to almost vicariously be outside of our own home, and how heavily it was impressed on us during that time frame and really helped us kind of cope and manage.
Okay, amazing answer. Thank you so much. Anyone else? All right, I'm gonna go ahead and move forward then, but I really appreciate everyone who took part in the group discussion. How these questions relate to each other. During the COVID-19 pandemic, as Yvette brought up, there was a noticeable increase in people playing Dungeons and Dragons. Sales of the game increased by 33%. The reason for this increase is that Dungeons and Dragons is a game that modern technology allows players to participate in remotely. Entire sessions can be organized in virtual chat rooms such as Discord. In addition, Dungeons and Dragons has a social and interactivity aspect that other remote activities such as playing video games or watching a movie together via streaming often lack. It's my hope that these lessons learned about tabletop gaming during the pandemic can be used to help clients who are stuck in remote locations due to either illness or injury as a way to improve their mental wellness. There shouldn't be a question mark there. I'm just, that annoys me so much, I'm going ahead and delete it. Sort of talking a little more about the interactivity aspect, the part of that, what I mean by that is when you're watching a movie together, that's great, but it's sort of you experiencing something at the same time as someone else. And with a lot of games, the focus is on the gameplay. But with Dungeons and Dragons, there's a lot of direct talking, a lot of involvement with people like one-on-one. So there's a social aspect that other social activities that can be done remotely lack. And like Yvette talked about, it can let you feel connected to people even when you're not near them, and it sort of offers a closeness, and it can help in a lot of developmental ways that way. But a question you might be asking yourself is, but what does this have to do with counseling? Like, it's great that Dungeons and Dragons can like provide social stimulation, and it's great that it can help people like improve their mental wellness by giving them a way to connect with others. But is there an aspect of this that sort of goes beyond the game and ties into therapeutic practices? And my response to that is yes. In addition to being a game that can be played to socialize, Dungeons and Dragons can also be used as a counseling tool to help clients with a number of different issues. The article, Let Your Clients Fight Dragons, a rapid evidence assessment regarding the therapeutic utility of Dungeons and Dragons by Soren Henrich and Rachel Worthington, describes ways to support children and adolescents in their development. And the books Existential Dragons by Ryan Scotland and Beverly Hoborg and Role-Playing Games and Psychotherapy by Daniel Hand provide instructions on ways Dungeons and Dragons can be used with clients. Dungeons and Dragons-based counseling takes inspiration from existential therapy, narrative therapy, and play therapy. Because of the versatility provided by the scenarios, they allow clients to develop social skills, evaluate how their actions affect others, explore aspects of the self with which they might be uncomfortable, such as gender identity, process past trauma, work on communication skills, recognize personal strengths, improve frustration tolerance, and more. And these are things that players often do independently. Like if you play Dungeons and Dragons, you probably know someone who has based a character on a past trauma they had and that they're sort of wanting to work through. Or a lot of times people who are experiencing issues with their gender identity before they like fully start transitioning, they'll like sort of start playing as a female character or playing as a male character and sort of seeing how that identity feels to them. And what I'm proposing and what other people have often already done is like doing this actively instead of this being something that the players just sort of like use to independently work through trauma. You as a counselor and the DM sort of actively help guide them through this so they can work on these issues such as, you know, anxiety, like stress, like problems they might have in their daily life dealing with confrontation, and encourage them and help them in the same way you would through regular counseling. And now I'm going to be teaching you how you would do that, like just not just how you like might do that, but here's the way you could actually, if you are unexperienced with Dungeons and Dragons, by the end of this, you'll know the basics of how to play it and how to get the resources you would need to play it with your clients. So what do you need to conduct a Dungeons and Dragons session? Well, the first thing you need is people to play with. One person to be the dungeon master, and you as the counselor would be doing that, and the other people would be players. In many cases, Dungeons and Dragons is practiced as a group therapy, but if you want to do it one-on-one with a client, like you have a very specific scenario in mind that you think role-playing would help them with, you can do that as well. And you also need a player handbook, and this is where this is the first website I want to take you to. Oh, sorry. The website opened up like right under.
If I can help, you probably have to change the window.
Okay, yeah. Is it okay if I stop screen sharing for just a second while I figure this out?
Of course.
Thanks. Okay, you can't see my screen anymore?
We can. You're still sharing the same screen.
Okay.
The
Stop
easiest
share.
way to do it, Emily, is just to stop sharing and share that particular screen each time.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. First time trying to change screens while screen sharing, it didn't go great. Okay, I think I have this almost figured out. Okay, here we go. Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Right. So sorry about that. This is a player handbook. It costs $50, which I know is a steep price, but once you have it, you can use it over and over again, because it has all the basics of character creation, like background skills and some basic spells and equipment and stuff you can use, and you can use it with your clients. Like once you have this book, your clients don't need to buy it. It's also like worth noting that if you just want to like come up with your own scenario and your own like equipment, you can find the player character sheets for Dungeons and Dragons for free online, and you could like write your own scenario and write your own adventure. But a lot of people might find that intimidating, especially if they've never done it before. So I did want to just first show off the player's handbook, give you an idea of the cost, let you know that once you have it, it can be used over and over again and used with all clients. And if you are too intimidated to just write your own adventure right off the bat, you could have this and sort of tweak it in a way that would fit your counseling session. There are many other books. This is just the basic one. There's also a monster manual, like Dungeon Master's Guide Core Rule Book. Like basically they make their money from making books, so there's a lot of them, and there's a lot of other extended adventures like Ravencraft, things in the Feywild, stuff like that. But you don't really need to worry about that right now. Like if you've never played before, if you get the player's handbook, you'll be able to pick up on the essentials pretty quickly. So that's really the only thing you need to worry about at first. I'm going to stop share and bring my PowerPoint back up. And then you would also need a notebook and writing utensils, because you're going to be writing a lot of stuff down. If you're playing on a computer, you can just use Microsoft Word. Then you would need, in addition to that, dice. And because you're going to be playing remotely, you would need a computer or a phone for remote play. And then once you have all these things, you can just pretty much just start playing. And again, the main cost at the beginning will just be buying the book for $50, buying the dice for like $5. Actually, you don't need to buy dice. You can just, there are websites online that have the dice, and I'll be showing you on Dungeons and Dragons. They actually just let you roll dice on there as well, like the D&D Beyond. but that's for later in the presentation. So if you don't want to buy dice, that's fine. I like buying dice. I think dice are cool, but they're not essential to the Dungeons and Dragons or the counseling process. And then another aspect of Dungeons and Dragons that can be kind of important is character creation. In the realm of Dungeons and Dragons, character creation is not merely a process of inventing stats and abilities, it's an exercise in self-discovery and storytelling. Much like counseling, it's about understanding oneself, exploring possibilities, and ultimately forging a path towards growth and fulfillment. So with the character creation process, that's a good way if you want to do it with your client, or your client might be more comfortable doing it on her own. This can be a good way to sort of build from the beginning the aspects you're going to be working through in a D&D based counseling session. Like I mentioned before, if your client has some issues with gender identity, this could be a way for them to explore that. If they have problems like taking up space or like communicating, they could play a character who doesn't have those problems. Or alternatively, they also play a character who either doesn't have the problems they have in real life or does have the problems they have in real life. And they either get to try out what it would be like not to have to deal with those issues, or try out like how they can sort of work through these problems in a safe scenario. I'm gonna go to screen share one more time. Right. And I'm just going to, this is a website known as Dungeons and Dragons Beyond. And for free, you can create an account. And with it, they'll provide guidance on things like creating a character. So I'm just going to show you, and it's going to take like 5 seconds, how you would create a character. And potentially it would be one that, let's say a person has issues. Right. Here's the thing. The one thing that's interesting is that they have pre-built characters in case you don't want to go through all the effort. Like, let's say you have a client who's interested in this type of therapy, but they find the aspect of character creation too intimidating. They offer a number of pre-built characters, so you can just get started right away. There's also random and quick build, but we're going to be starting with standard. All right. And let's say, who here has a good idea for a name? Nobody? Okay, then. This character will be Pickles McGee. And they are the character of a 16-year-old who doesn't feel like they fit in at school. So I am going to make them a tiefling, because they're not feeling like they belong, and tiefling's whole thing is they don't belong in society either. And they have issues with not feeling like they can express their anger properly. So I'm going to make them a barbarian, because a barbarian gets their power from rage. And then my proficiencies are going to be animal handling, because this guy loves animals, and athletics, because he wishes he was better at sports. And then this is one of the key aspects of Dungeons and Dragons is rolling up ability scores. And that looks like this. You have strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. And I'm going to give him high strength, high dex, good constitution, bad intelligence, which he is insecure about, but good wisdom, and decent charisma as well. And that creates this stat sets. And then you can write a character description here and pick a portrait, which will be this guy. And then if you want starting equipment, you add it here. And then that's it. That's all you need to create a character in Dungeons and Dragons. Like, as you can see, easy to learn, takes a lifetime to master. But if you're interested in this, that's all you need to do. And now you're a little more familiar with it. It's also worth noting that if you just totally zoned out during that and don't remember anything that I just said, that on Dungeons and Dragons Beyond, they offer a free guide on character creation. So if you just go there and look up how to create your first character, they provide instructions on everything I just said and more. Now, I want to take a little bit of time to talk about session 0. A session 0 in Dungeons and Dragons is a session a DM holds with their players to establish expectation, discuss character options, set the tone of the campaign, and more. The goal of a session 0 is to get everyone in your group on the same page. Whether or not they've played Dungeons and Dragons before, each player has their own preconceived notions of what this new campaign will be like. This session gives you a chance to align everyone's expectations for the campaign and player behavior. By the end of the session 0, you'll have your plans for your gaming schedule, a framework of rules for your table, and foundation for the adventure itself. So in session 0, that would be the time you talk with your clients about what they want to work on. They talk with you with what they're interested in. You work out the schedule, and the rules, and like if anyone has something that would be potentially triggering, like I absolutely, like, let's say you have a client who has claustrophobia and they don't want to work on that right now in this session. If they said, I absolutely don't want to have any adventures in caves, no adventures in sewers, anything like that, session 0 is the time to discuss that. You talk about what the client wants to work on and what they absolutely don't feel comfortable discussing right now. Just basically getting a baseline of where they want the session to go and where you want to help them go. Constructing your narrative. Dungeons and Dragons has many, I emphasize many because there's a lot of them, role-playing scenarios that are pre-written. But if you want to tie a session to a specific counseling topic, you might want to consider writing your own, or at least tweaking an existing one to suit your needs. Identify therapeutic themes or concepts you want to explore through the narrative and incorporate those into the story you want to craft through both encounters and NPC interactions. And I get a little bit more into how to tie a D&D session into a counseling session here. A key aspect of tying D&D into counseling is encouraging reflection. After each scenario encounter, facilitate group reflection. Encourage players to discuss how they felt during the scenario, what strategy they used to overcome challenges, and what they learned about themselves in the process. It's also important to remember to incorporate metaphor and symbolism into the game to explore deeper themes. For example, a journey through the dark forest could represent overcoming personal obstacles, while encountering a dragon might symbolize confronting one's fears. In addition, remember to integrate therapeutic techniques such as mindfulness or visualization or cognitive reframing into the game. Consider doing something like guiding players through a relaxation exercise before a particularly challenging encounter. Remember to pay attention to the group dynamics at play during the session. Encourage collaboration, active listening, and empathy among players. Address any conflicts or tensions that arise in a supportive and constructive manner. After the session, provide opportunities for follow-up integration. Encourage players to reflect on their experiences, discuss insights gained, and consider they can apply what they've learned into their daily lives. So in addition to encouraging reflection during the session, a lot of times, basically from my research, Dungeons and Dragons based counseling is structured like you play the session first, and then afterwards you do the reflection. Like you could do that during the game, but that might disrupt the flow of the game too much. Like if there is something that a player wants to talk about right away during a session, you discuss it then. But for the most part, the reflection will come after the gaming session of the counseling session. So it's sort of a two-part thing where first is you play through the scenario designed to make players think, and then you do the reflection and the constructive stuff afterwards. But again, during the game, you could also incorporate techniques such as mindfulness or visualization. So it's sort of a balance, but for the most part, it's structured like you do the D&D session, and then you do the counseling session. But there's no hard and fast rules for that. If you are doing this yourself and you want to reflect right away, you find that works better with your clients, that's perfectly all right as well. And now I want to take some time to explore the resources for playing Dungeons and Dragons. Oh, hold on, I'm going to stop my share real quick. Right, so this is D&D Beyond. I've talked a little bit about them before. They are they are officially affiliated with Wizard of the Coast. If you are familiar with them, they are the ones who own Dungeons and Dragons. As you can see, they have a collection of where you can build characters, build campaigns, and they even have a new thing over here where you can build encounters. And this isn't something I've messed around with, but basically you build encounters with monsters, and you can also do homebrew things, which would be useful for a counseling session. Like if you have a specific kind of monster you want to create, or a specific kind of spell you want to use, you aren't limited to the ones that are pre-made. This could be a guide to helping you how to build those. And again, there's a number of guides here for new players, as well as, oh, sorry, it's logged into my personal stuff, so I didn't want you to see that. That's stuff for me. Okay, and yeah, so just basically, if you want to click around on here, there's a lot of good information for people who would be interested in starting Dungeons and Dragons. And I also wanted to bring up Discord. I imagine most people are already familiar with that, as during the pandemic, it's very popular and has remained very popular. But Discord is a online service that initially started as a way to communicate while you were doing video games. And you can use that also to communicate during a Dungeons and Dragons session. And it can be a good way because it offers multiple channels to keep everything in a secure location and keep everything organized. Like you could have different like sort of like a forum where there's different pages for different things. So you can have a chat related specifically to the session, and then a chat related to things outside of the session. And then there is this is a page on the official Dungeons and Dragons website that offers tools for remote play. So in addition to the forums and the Discord channel, there's different places like this where you can just do different things that can help you play remotely. And if you are interested in further readings on using Dungeons and Dragons as a counseling tool, there are the books Existential Dragons by Ryan Scotland and Beverly Hoberg, and Role-Playing Games and Psychotherapy by Daniel Hand. which I mentioned a little earlier. And then there's also the Games to Grow website. Games to Grow is sort of an interesting organization that specializes in tabletop-based gaming counseling. They initially started using the Dungeons and Dragons based system, but over time they've sort of developed their own. And they are very interested in games-based research and have a number of like peer-reviewed scientific articles here. They're always looking for more though. So if you want to read some of the articles about this, like things like games and culture, transforming potential of role-playing games, or role-playing games for mental health, things like that, they have just a whole list of research articles on their page, in addition to just more information about them and their history, which can be found. It can be found here in theory if it loads. It doesn't look like it's loading. Oh, there we go. And just more about their founding in 2017 and some other aspects they do. They also conduct a lot of sessions remotely because, again, during the pandemic, that's just sort of the direction things transition to. I'm going to go ahead and open it up for questions now. Sorry, I haven't been paying attention to the chat. Where do I find the chat?
You should see it
Okay,
next to the
no,
share.
I see it. Sorry. Oh, yeah, I see Yvette is familiar with Games to Grow. Yes, their critical core system is very interesting. I'm not as familiar with it as I'm just not, I haven't had time to fully learn it, but it does sound interesting, and I've been wanting to contact them to learn more about it as well. Oh, do you want to talk a little bit about their level 1 training? Or if you're not comfortable sharing that, I completely understand.
No, sure. It's been a while since I took their level 1 training, but if this is something you're interested in, like utilizing doing D&D or tabletop gaming, their level 1 training is a great start out, regardless if you have any experience with it. They pretty much teach you a little bit about like what tabletop gaming is. They provide a lot more of, like you said, that therapeutic research in it. They talk about their core beliefs in how the systems function and what it helps with. And it teaches you just sort of the basis of how to play, which I do some play therapy as well. So it's really fun to see how it gets to integrate into a little bit of a higher age range, since chances are you're not doing this with like little kids, but you can find ways to. So I would recommend for anybody, if you're interested in like learning a little bit more about tabletop games, how to DM, their level 1 training is a great introduction, even if you have no experience. If you have experience playing games and DMing, it'll be a little more like extra learning with the therapeutic pieces on it, but you'll kind of have a better understanding. But it was a real intriguing system, and like how they explained it, it was really good training.
Okay, I am definitely going to check that out. I really appreciate you coming. That provided some good insight. Are there any other questions people have about this?
Not so much, well, kinda, or I mostly wanted your like opinion on this standpoint where so I think like D&D can definitely be used really well in a therapeutic sense. I think using dice rolls, like let's say they get like a nat 1 and like they get a unexpected scenario, I think that would really prepare the client for things like that. I think also the overall dedication that you need to maintain a campaign, or at least maintain a session too, also pertains to counseling, because there's a lot that goes into it. So I just wanted your overall opinion on like, I guess, the unexpected nature of the way D&D can go, utilizing dice rolls, because they don't always go as we want them to. So
Yes, that is something to keep in mind, that there is a randomness element to Dungeons and Dragons because of the dice. and it requires you to think on your feet. But counseling is sort of a field that requires you to think on your feet. So again, the dice rolls can be actually very beneficial if you're dealing with a client who has something like issues with control. Like the randomness aspect sort of puts them in a situation where they're forced to sort of recognize that there's going to be things in life they just really literally can't control, like the roll of a dice. Like you have a specific plan that you keep in mind and you think is going to go great and work out great for you, but then you roll the dice, you get a 1, and you just can't do that plan anymore. You have to totally rechange things, which is which is something that happens very often in real life, where you have a set little plan, you think my life's going to go this way, but there's someone, God rolls a not run I God rolls a natural 1, and then something happens that you're no longer able to do that. Like you're just driving along, there's like a tree falls on your car, suddenly you have to deal with that. Or you get caught in a flood, or you just suddenly realize you don't like the career you're doing. Like you roll a nat 1 on like enthusiasm, and you just can no longer continue on the path you're on. So that aspect of the dice roll is good. But if there is a specific scenario you want to work on with a client, like something, because you are the DM, you're in control, you control when the dice rolls happen. And if you've played Dungeons and Dragons, you know sometimes your DM doesn't make you roll for something. Like you'll just be talking to an NPC or something, and rather than making you roll, you just have the conversation play out naturally. So if your client is sort of talking, let's say your client is wanting to work more on communication, and in an encounter with, say, like a goblin or something, they're using their communication skills to get through the encounter rather than add in a randomness aspect, like say, you know what, I'm going to make you roll for charisma for that. You can just let the thing play out as it's playing out. Like, so part of being a counselor DM is remembering that the gameplay aspect is secondary to the therapeutic aspect when you're doing these kind of sessions. So while I do think having dice rolls in it is a good way, just both because it creates scenarios that are unexpected and can lead to conversation and lead to reflection and thought, but also sometimes like maybe just letting the player do what they want to do without making them roll for it can be a good way to sort of eliminate the randomness aspect in situations where it doesn't necessarily need it. Because again, this isn't fully a gameplay thing. This is also a thing where you're trying to provide a therapeutic benefit that you might want to let the client guide in a specific direction, because you are the DM, but it's still their session. So. Oh, Yvette, is it okay if I read what you wrote out loud? Just because I think that's okay, yes. Rule of cool plays an even bigger part, I would say, in the therapeutic setting. Rule of cool equals meaning if it's cool, let it roll with it, even if the rules don't agree. And it provides more narrative moments. And yes, again, I agree with that, because in a Dungeons and Dragons session that is focusing on therapeutic aspects, the rule of even if it doesn't necessarily fit with the gameplay and like sort of a really crunchy setting, you just let it happen because it's beneficial to the clients. Like this moment is working really well. I can tell the clients are connecting with it and it's having an effect on them. It's something after the session we can really reflect and discuss about. I don't need to interrupt it and tell them to roll for initiative. I can just let this play out on its own. So yes. Are there any other questions? Okay. There are no more questions, but we still have some time to fill. So I'm just going to go back to the character creation, and I really would maybe appreciate some participation for just, helping to build a character that might reflect an issue a client is dealing with. Okay. Right, so we are back to Pickles McGee. If anyone wants to suggest a better name, go ahead, say it out loud. Or put it in the chat, that's also an option. Okay, no suggestions again.
So I assume that this is like the character that the client would play, right?
Yes, so
So
I was just wondering if anyone had any ideas for a character.
yeah,
Yeah,
so
like
Sharon
in,
said she liked the name. I like the name. I think it's cute, but then I was thinking like maybe it could be something that a client like wants to embody. So if you know how I'm trying to think, like maybe if they have anxiety with something and they want, whether it's social anxiety or like open spaces, whatever it is, and they want their character to emulate that person that they want to be. So I would say I think this is a really cute name for the sake of the example, but I think I would suggest to the client, like, make it into a name that kind of stands for who you want to be, like who you are deep down inside and who you want to embody. So that's how I would kind of play it.
that's good. That's very good input. So what would be that kind of name? Let's say we're dealing with a client who has anxiety. What's the kind of name they might come up with that sort of incorporates someone who's a little stronger?
Um, I can't think of one in this scenario. I mean, so it could be something. So like I know in certain families like they get like a nickname and they may not like that nickname. So what if they actually use a name that they prefer to use? I mean, I was thinking like throughout this presentation for a client who is struggling with their gender identity would be really benefit from D&D.
Yes,
Because their character's name could be their chosen name. Um something that they could live through if that's something that they can't do in person quite yet. Um, I know
that's
like you would cut off, I'm sorry.
no, I want you to keep going. I'll say what I want to say afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to come up with a character just in my experience and like working with people in the trans community, like a changeling would be like one of the first things that I thought of. Or and for those of you who don't know what a changeling is someone or something, a humanoid that can change the way they appear at any given moment. Um, and so that also includes their gender. Uh, so like a changeling character. I'm also biased because my character in the campaign right now is a changeling. But something like that, a chosen name. Uh, I can't think of ability scores or like what they would like. I guess that's just how they want to express themselves better. So let's say like also they have like they really like music, then make them a bard. Or I saw Yvette put in chat like social anxiety, a bard class, someone with high charisma would also work with that. So
That is a excellent idea. I was going to say when you mentioned Dungeons and Dragons giving people who might have a name they wish they could use but can't use, it's sort of like the Starbucks trick where if you want to try out how a name feels, you go to Starbucks and you tell them, like, you want the name Kevin, you tell them your name's Kevin because they're just going to write it down. They don't care what your birth name is. And then you can get the experience of feeling what it feels like to be called Kevin. And Dungeons and Dragons gives you that same opportunity. So let's say you, playing your changeling character, just honestly want to be named Lance. That can just be your character name. You don't have to come up with something clever. It's just this is the name. When you hear this name feels like you. And this gives you a chance to try out, maybe if you're not comfortable coming out to your family or openly going by the name Lance, you can still talk about it, still experience what it feels like to be Lance. And Yvette, like you said in the chat, sorry, I haven't been paying as good attention as I should. The Bard class would be a good one because it involves being very boisterous, involves using your voice to cast spells and using that aspect of yourself to find empowerment through. So in that scenario, trying to figure out how to get rid of the barbarian because we're going in a different direction. Confirming we're not going to have that. We are instead going to have a bard and lots of musical instruments here. I'm not sure what some of these are, so I'm just going to go with bagpipe for now. I think everyone can agree bagpipes are a wonderful instrument. Drums and the flute. And here's a number of skills. And again, these can be skills that relate to something the client might be dealing with. Like this client we've established has some social anxiety. So I'm going to make him really confident in stealth because that's something he's had to deal with, something feels he has proficiency in. And they've also had to potentially like deal with survival in situations. They feel like they're constantly having to hide their true self, and that's how they survive. So I'm giving him proficiency in survival. I'm also going to go ahead and one more, give him proficiency in deception, since he's feeling like he can't be his true self. So he's going to have to hide that aspect of himself behind just deception. And there's some other stuff. And let's go a little more into abilities. Like again, I gave this guy a 15 in strength when we were imagining him as a barbarian. But let's go ahead and give him an 8 in strength, because maybe he doesn't feel particularly strong. And he doesn't feel particularly fast. But you know what? He is intelligent. And he is wise. And I'm going to give him a good charisma skill. And Constitution gets the 12 because that's what's left over. But yeah, that's a sort of a better example than Pickles McGee. This is Lance of building a character that reflects what the client is going through and sort of how they see themselves and sort of how they see how they want to be. And then there's also the background here and the character details where a client could sort of write in some more personal notes. And by going over those together with their client, you could get a better idea of what they're going through and what they're thinking about. Okay, just we have just like 2 minutes left, so I'm going to open the floor up just one more time to questions. Just anything anyone wants to say, now's your chance.
I have a question, Emily.
Go ahead.
Have you used this with clients? Like how do they react, especially if they've never played it before?
I have not, unfortunately, had the chance to use it with clients yet. I'm hoping to use it with clients during my dissertation, and I've seen other people use it with clients, but basically I don't know how they would react, especially if they aren't familiar with it, just because I haven't had the chance to do that. I imagine if they aren't familiar with it, it's probably something you'd want to do just like I've been doing now, where you have a session 0 and really get into it. Like first bring up, like, is this something you're interested in doing? And then sort of, it would take up almost an entire session just describing it if they're completely unfamiliar with it. But once they know it, it's something that they would be able to do in the future with like any issue they're dealing with. Like, let's say like they were having anxieties about dealing with an upcoming meeting, and they said, you know what, I sort of want to have a one-shot session where I'm sneaking into a place where I don't belong and I have to talk through it the way I would talk through my meeting. And sort of they're able to sort of do that sort of play therapy aspect with it once they know it. Oh, sorry about that.
I appreciate that. I really like that. Follow-up questioning. Again, you might not know the answer, but What does it look like if you're charging insurance? Like, is this something insurance will pay for you doing? Like, do you just mark it as like play therapy? Like, how would that work?
I hadn't even thought of that before. I imagine you could cover it under expenses if you were using it with clients. And then that would be a way you would be able to pay the $50 for the player handbook and potentially pay for other aspects, like maybe if you wanted dice to be more crunchy in sessions or something like that. But I don't know if this is, I've never discussed this with an insurance company, but I imagine you could list it as a business expense. And then if you're able to provide documentation, like with other aspects of play therapy, like a sandbox tray, if you're able to provide the information that the company needs to prove that you really are using this for work, you would be financially reimbursed for it.
I was actually meaning like you getting paid to do therapy using this. So like if
Oh.
you're charging, like let's say you're using CBT for a client who has depression, like insurance is not going to bat an eye because it's evidence-based and they know what you're doing. But if you write like, okay, we're doing tabletop gaming therapy, do you think, or have you read anything about insurance like paying for it for their client?
Okay, again, that is not something I've thought about. That is something I should think about though. And I should probably contact Games to Grow and ask them about that. Maybe if it's backed in theory, yes. And again, as that you can use CBT with D&D, it's all in how you write it and note it. And those are very good points. But I feel like Games to Grow, like they're the ones I should probably further on contact about directly that, because they have been doing this specific kind of therapy for multiple years. So they probably know, like over 7 years at this point. So they probably know the ins and out of the insurance aspect of that. Because like you said, that is a important topic that I have not necessarily considered until this exact moment. So again, thank you for bringing that up, because now that is something I do want to contact other people who do counseling-based therapy and understand what aspects of this insurance is willing to pay for and how you would bill it in the future, as this is something I'm also interested in doing. Thank you. Oh, sorry, now I've gone over my time. Are there any more questions, or should I go ahead and end it here so people can go ahead and have a break from before the next session at 11? Okay, great. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Thank you all for coming in. I really appreciate this. I hope you've learned a little more about this aspect of counseling, and I really appreciate all of you being here. I'm going to be sticking around until the end. My cat says hi, and just thank you all very much. And goodbye. Well, not goodbye, because I'll still be here, but go take a break.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Emily. Great job. You did an awesome job. Thank you for sharing all those resources. So yes, we do have a break. We are going to come back at around 11 for session 3, which is Counseling the Rainbow: How to Use Affirmative Solution-Focused Brief Therapy with LGBTQ+ Clients. So we're really excited for that one, and we'll see you all around 11 o'clock. Okay, everyone, it is 11 o'clock. So if Santiago, if you're ready, you can go ahead and you can introduce yourself.
It's
And
Micah's
Micah.
presentation.
oh, I'm so sorry.
Yes.
Did I get out of order? I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
You're good. I
Oh,
believe the topics are similar.
oh, okay, sorry. Oh, yeah, you're right. It is. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Micah. You're welcome to introduce yourself, and then we will have, about an hour, 50 minutes, but you're welcome to go a little over that if you want.
Awesome. All right. Good morning. My name is Micah Hollick. I am a second-year doctoral student in the same cohort as Emily. And thank you all for being here. I know we're right before lunch. I don't know if we're actually going through lunch or not, but I know this is kind of like the morning slump time, so I hope that we'll get through it together. I'm actually really excited to present for you guys, to present for people who were in class with me. Hi, Yvette. And then people who have taught this too. So this is really exciting. So today, let me pull this up. All right, present. All right. So today we're going to be talking about affirmative solution focused brief therapy and how to use it with all kinds of clients under the LGBTQIA plus rainbow of colors, or the alphabet mafia, as we like to say. All right. Let's get started. Generally, I present this with Elizabeth. Unfortunately, she can't make it today, so it'll just be me. But again, my name is Micah. I hold a Master of Science in Professional Counseling and an LPC associate, and my pronouns are she and her.
Micah, I hate to interrupt, but I think the wrong window is presenting. We just see a click to exit full screen window.
Oh no, thank you for letting me know. How do I change it? That's the problem when you have 3 desktops. Let's see. I know you can't see it just yet. Hold on. Nope, wrong one. Isn't there one where I can, you know what? Let me take the other 2 desktops off so we don't have that. All right. Let's see. Share the whole thing. Go there. All this clicking. Here we go. Can you all see it now? Sweet. Okay. So now that I only have 1 desktop, I can't see the chat anymore. I don't have it pulled up. So if anybody has a question, please interrupt. Again, this is me, Micah. Go by she and her pronouns. I'm an LPC associate. All right. Well, of course now everything doesn't work anymore. There you go. So today we're going to be talking about some terms and some history generally affiliated with either affirmative therapy or the LGBTQIA plus community. We're going to talk about affirmative therapy, what it is, where it came from. We're going to talk a little bit about solution focused brief therapy. I believe that most of you have heard of it at least once if you don't practice it. And then we're going to put those 2 together and talk a little bit about what that looks like in practice. Generally, this idea came from a multicultural integration exercise, basically based on the fact that these different theories exist, yet they're not yet all put together. So this just makes it easy if you practice solution focused, or generally if you want to know a little bit more about affirmative therapy, how to put these together and how to use them in practice. All right, so let's start with some terms. This wonderful graphic is provided by SAGE, which is the Society for Gender Affirming and the LGBTQ Society of ATA. So we started with a couple of different things. This is called the new initialism. That's what they name it. It's LGBTQGEQIAP plus. It is the most updated version to include as many identities as possible without excluding anybody. Of course, this is updated. So lesbian, gay, bisexual. T actually stands for transgender, and two-spirit, which is a native identity. G and E, gender expansive. So that can include all kinds of different gender identities. Queer, questioning, intersex, agender, asexual, aromantic, which is also interesting. And rather a new inclusion that they paid attention to. And then P, pansexual, pan and polygender, and poly-relationship systems, which again is also new. Great, Santiago. Society for Sexual, Affectional, Intersex, and Gender Expansive Identities. There you go. I should have looked that up before. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I didn't want to click that. I wanted to click out of the chat again so I can see my screen. All right, so today we're going to be talking a little bit about different umbrella terms. So one of them is the use of pronouns. If you've had me for multicultural class, you've kind of gone through this whole lecture. So today, this is the super condensed version. We're going to be talking about personal pronouns or just pronouns rather than preferred pronouns, because preferred pronouns give the idea that there's a correct way and a preferred way, which is not the case. Your pronouns are your personal pronouns, you use them. There's no correct or original idea here. Some examples that are used are they, them, theirs, these or theirs, am, ers, she, her, hers, he, him, his, or other neopronouns that are continuously developing. So kind of getting a little bit of an idea of the acronym, the initialism, and what pronouns are is the basis of being an affirmative counselor, which is why I wanted to go over that. There's also a lot more in terms of terms. And there's a whole discussion to be had about gender identity and how that puzzles together sexual identity and sexual orientation, or even romantic identity or romantic orientation. And we don't unfortunately have time to get into that today, but a big part of being an affirmative counselor is to become familiar with those. So I would encourage you to do some research if those sound unfamiliar to you. All right, now I can click. There we go. So let's talk a little bit about some history, including the LGBTQIA plus community. So it's been about 50 years since APA, the American Psychological Association, voted to remove the diagnosis of homosexuality as an illness from the DSM. So 50 years ago, being homosexual was still considered a mental illness, was still considered something to be treated, something to be assessed, and something to be kind of fixed. And we realized that that is not a case. However, in those 50 years, we've only come so far when it comes to acceptance and changing the landscape of how we do therapy. Before 1973, which is when it was removed, clinicians actively worked against any kind of homosexual or other identity, anything other than heterosexual, and declared people who identified as such as either ill, immature, sinful when it was kind of a religious background, deviant, deranged, which then led to hiding persecution and hurtful treatment. But it wasn't just clinicians, it was also the law. There was a lot of different legal rules in different countries, not just the US, but there's definitely countries who still to this day make it illegal to love or be with a same-sex partner or somebody who identifies in any kind of gender expansive way. And then also prior to that removal from the DSM, counseling was supposed to change those thoughts and change those identities. We now know that as conversion therapy. Before conversion therapy was a thing, it was kind of just normal to talk the gay away with a counselor. And since then, we shifted more towards acceptance. We shifted away from being discriminatory, but we still have a lot, again, to work on becoming affirmative in our practice. So that is what we're going to be talking about today. All right, so here's a definition of affirmative therapy. Affirmative therapy as a approach is still relatively new. As you can see that this definition comes from 2018, and I'm going to read that to you. And again, you see the acronym here, the initialism is still somewhat exclusive. It still doesn't include transgender, two-spirit, gender expansive people. LGBTQ affirmative therapy can be defined as therapy that is culturally relevant and responsive to LGBTQ clients and their multiple social identities and communities, addresses the influence of social inequities on the lives of LGBTQ clients, fosters autonomy, enhances resilience, coping and community building, advocates to reduce systemic barriers to mental, physical, and sexual flourishing, and leverages LGBTQ client strengths. So we're focusing a lot on that multiple identities, the social backgrounds, the cultural backgrounds, but also fostering autonomy and resilience and coping. So a lot of this sounds very similar to feminism theory or feminist theory, which it kind of takes a little bit of its influence from. But again, there's still a lot to work on. So let's talk a little bit more about how to be an affirmative therapist. So it generally started to grow in the 80s, which is shortly, but still quite a while after the removal of the diagnosis from the DSM, about 7 years or more, depending on when in the 80s you were working with this. And it's really only about 40 years ago. So this is a very new approach. So therefore it continues to develop, it continues to evolve. I currently have a manuscript in review on this topic, and if it's published, it's only the second manuscript that talks about affirmative and solution-focused theory in the realm of peer-reviewed literature. So it's still evolving, it's still developing. It's not a validated theory in and of itself. So affirmative therapy isn't necessarily a theoretical model like CBT or DBT or any of those that are evidence-based, but it's an approach, right? So you can think about it as a frame that you do your theory in. It has been integrated with CBT, existential and psychodynamic practices. It probably has been integrated with more, but those are the ones that have been published. But we definitely need a lot more research on it as an approach, and also what we can integrate it with and work from. All right, so here are some of the foundational principles of affirmative theory. The first one, and I hinted at it earlier, starts by introspection. So the first step of being an affirmative therapist is looking inside yourself, looking at your own biases, your own values. Then it uses a lot of non-pathologizing language, which makes a lot of sense. Before 50 years ago, we thought about any kind of homosexual identity or anything under the umbrella as an illness. And we want to now actively work against that. So not using any kind of terminology of illness or negativity in that kind of sense. It's an informed practice. So that also means that aside from introspection by the therapist, the therapist needs to be aware of what's going on. What kind of oppressional systems are there for clients under this umbrella? What are some internalized stereotypes, whether that's heteronormativity, homophobia, what other things are internalized generally in our culture? What are some resulting emotions of that? If somebody lives with these internalized stereotypes or oppressions, what kind of comes up for them? What are the privileges of heterosexual lifestyle? If a therapist hasn't thought about those privileges, it might be really hard to see that in their own life or in their own approach to working with clients. What is the coming out process like, especially for therapists who didn't go through that or who don't know anybody who's gone through that? Being informed about the coming out process is really important. There's different models of kind of gender identity development, sexual identity development out there, and it still is very different for every client. And then generally, what do relationships under this umbrella look like? What is polyamory? I just learned from Emily actually not that long ago that we can't say polyamorous couples, right? Because they're not couples. So there's a term for that. And I believe she said it was a polycule, which I didn't know. And I thought I was an affirmative therapist. So there's continuously new language out there that we can be learning and we can be learning about, especially when we've never had clients who fall under a specific group. Because once we see those clients, we want to make sure that we kind of know at least a little bit about what they're coming in with. We definitely want to have a growth and support network. And under this, we're going to talk later a little bit about knowing your resources as an affirmative therapist. We want to diminish that shame and guilt, which is the whole really foundation of being an affirmative therapist, is diminish any of those practices that are kind of ingrained in our culture still, and even in how sometimes we might do therapy unknowingly. And then also affirming those thoughts and emotions, which is in that name. And affirming can look very different for different clients. And we're going to talk a little bit about that here in a minute. All right. So let's give another brief overview of solution focus before we integrate the two and talk a lot more about what that looks like. So solution-focused brief therapy was created by Enzo Kimberg and Stephen DeShazer about in the 70s and 80s. So actually at very similar time than affirmative therapy. So they kind of been growing together, but of course, solution-focused brief therapy as a therapy approach has been evidence-based for a while, has been tested, and was created as an evidence-based practice by continuous experimental validation. It is based on the teaching of Erickson, which is de-emphasizing pathology and highlighting solutions. And we're seeing, again, more overlap in those two theories or in those two approaches. It's also influenced by Wittgenstein's notion that reality is shaped by language. So what does that mean? It basically means that the words we use, the way we communicate, shapes what we're thinking, how we're feeling, and how we perceive reality. Thereby, if we use language that is oppressive, we're shaping that reality of oppression. It's pragmatic rather than theoretical. So actually, Berg and DeShazer didn't think about solution focused as a theory, and again, more as a framework and approach. But now, obviously, it's morphed into a real, I guess, counseling theory that we all know and has specific guidelines. And of course, the last part here is that it's brief. It's designed to be brief. It's designed to not drag out over months and months and months, but be used as short as even one session if necessary, but can be used over a few sessions as well. All right, here are the basic tenets of solution focused, and we're gonna use these to build on our theory. So basically what we're building here today is solution focused therapy with an affirmative frame, so with an affirmative lens. So these are the basis that you will use the theory from, and these are I believe it's 8. Yes, it's 8 tenets of solution focus. If it's not broken, don't fix it, right? In solution focus, in this brief therapy, we're only going to work on things that are actually going on right now. And if it works, do more of it. We're using exception questions, and we're going to talk more of that. If it's not working, do something different. Small steps can lead to big changes. The solution is not necessarily directly related to the problem, which is my personal favorite because it requires us to think outside the box, because sometimes a solution can be completely unrelated and it might not be visible or, I guess, occur to us right away. The language for solution development is different from that needed to describe a problem. Again, we're focusing on non-pathologizing. We're focusing on that positive language. No problems happen all the time. There's always exceptions that can be utilized. And the future is both created and negotiable, which I love, especially for the LGBTQIA+ community, because sometimes it can feel like a box or like a path that they have to go on. For example, if family is oppressive, or if they live in areas or systems that are very discriminatory, having that freedom and that realization that we can create and negotiate our future can be really, really freeing. All right, so these are the therapeutic principles. Basically how this therapy is built. It's positive, collegial, and solution focused. So what does that mean? Again, we're coming from that positive lens. I appreciate the collegial aspect here because it removes the therapist as the expert, right? It is that collaboration between the therapist and the client. The client is their expert in their own life. We're looking for previous solutions and exceptions. And usually if a client is going through something, there is some sort of strength that they can use from their past to leverage in the future. We use questions versus directives or interpretations, right? It's not on the counselor to interpret for the client. And this is, again, especially helpful when we are trying to explore an identity that the client holds that we might not actually have any idea about, or we might not personally understand, because we're questioning and taking their reality at blank slate versus trying to be directive on it. That doesn't mean that we don't go into the past. Again, we talked a little bit about finding previous solutions and exceptions. So we are going to look at the past here, but our therapeutic work is happening in the present and the future. We'll work with compliments, which again, is just a very, very nice thing to do. And we're going to talk a little bit about what compliments can look like in affirmative therapy. And then there's also this gentle nudging to do more of what is working. What is already happening. So this gentle nudging is really just kind of nudging the client forward and sometimes even challenging them in a gentle way. And again, these come directly from DeShazer. All right, time to put it together. So as you thought through what affirmative therapy is, what solution-focused therapy is, hopefully you saw some overlap there. And this overlap is especially where we're going to get started right now. So first, again, from affirmative therapy, we want to make sure that the therapist works through their internalized beliefs, homophobia, privilege, and heteronormativity. Unfortunately, most, if not all of us, have grown up in a system that is oppressive to anybody under the LGBTQIA umbrella. So we more likely than not all have grown up with some sort of homophobia or heteronormative privileges, beliefs, values in ourselves. So it's really, really important that before we go on this road of becoming an affirmative therapist, or at least the start of the road, is looking internally. What do I actually believe? What do I believe about gender? What do I believe about gender expression? What do I believe about sexuality and sexual orientation and pronouns and all those different topics that can come up? And then whether we have aligning beliefs with our clients or beliefs that are different from what our clients might come in with, it's really important to assess, okay, how can I bracket those? How can I stay true to whatever I feel inside in my life, but yet provide affirmative therapy to my client, regardless of my personal beliefs. But to do that, we need to know what those are first. Then we're going to be familiar with the language and the resources. So this is where it comes in to understand just the basics of the terms I talked about today, but many, many, many more, right? And staying on top of everything that's happening in the community, at least the big news, right? But also whatever community you live in, and I'm assuming we're all sort of in the Corpus Christi area, what are the resources that we have? We have a wonderful Pride Center out of the Coastal Wellness Foundation who has a lot of resources in our community. And it's really helpful to know these either by name or maybe know location. I know they have a list of LGBTQIA friendly businesses. Maybe they're hairdressers or doctors or daycare centers. So if we don't have an understanding of where those can be found, it's really hard to relay that to the client. But we have, luckily, a great resource in town that we can communicate with, that they can give us those resources as well. All right. Oh, yeah, wonderful. So you can also connect with Santiago, who interns there. And they're all wonderful people for my multicultural class. They made a really great video and they're always willing to help. But it's also great to remember that whatever area you move to, become familiar with these places. Corpus has a good network. Obviously, it could be better because we're in South Texas, right? So depending on where you move, there might be even more resources, or unfortunately, there might be less. But it is really important that you become familiar with that, with those resources before you start working with your clients. All right, so then we're going to focus on validating and affirming whatever feelings, experiences, or viewpoints come at you. So that, again, is the cornerstone of being an affirmative, solution-focused therapist. We're going to be present and future-oriented, just like in solution-focused. We're going to use that problem-free talk and non-pathologizing and strength-based stance, right? We're going to leverage the strengths that our clients already come in with. We're going to be non-judgmental and have that normalizing stance. So what that can look like is using normalizing examples. For example, so when you're sharing a story with your client, share a story about a same-sex couple, or share an example of a family that is polyamorous, and make that very normal, not an experience where you're just using those examples because you know your client is going through that, but use those examples with all of your clients. And then you're emphasizing reality as a constructive language. So how we talk, what we say, how that can change the client's experience. So going into a couple more nitty-gritties from here is really going to be hopefully, well, it is designed to help you change your mindset as a therapist. We're not going to talk too much about specific strategies as an affirmative solution-focused therapist, but we're going to talk a lot about the foundation, because my hope is that once you change your foundation of your work, the strategies will align, because you're still going to use solution-focused strategies. You're really just going to change your approach, and that comes from those foundations. Whoops. There we go. So we talked a lot already about reflecting and examining yourself. Examine your biases, the internalized homophobia, views on heteronormativity, and the privileges you live in. And this doesn't just apply to the LGBTQIA umbrella. This also applies to your life, right? So maybe you're having a lot of privileges in one area, and you're are having marginalized identities in other areas. Just kind of knowing what that feels like, and knowing what you're going through, knowing what privileges you hold, especially in the counseling room, can be helpful with any client. So you should be doing that with any client. But in this area, we're going to look at your gender, sexual identity, sexual orientation, affectional orientation, things like that. And then how do those affect your counseling? Maybe right now you're seeing LGBTQIA plus clients and it's going well and you're doing great. But when you actually sit back and think about your privileges for the first time and how those affect your clients, you might notice that there's still some areas of growth there. So that's really what this is all about. And then also think about the question already, whether or not you're willing to disclose those, whether it's privileges or shared marginalized identities, and what could be the benefit and the hurt here. So for example, I identify as a bisexual female, and I don't necessarily disclose that to all of my clients, but to some of them it might be really helpful, versus for others it might be distracting from their situation. So kind of thinking about what that looks like, or what that could look like. Now, the one thing I always do encourage to disclose is shouldn't not really be a disclosure at all, but just introducing yourself with your pronouns, kind of modeling the behavior of normalizing mentioning pronouns, because there's nothing worse than being in a situation where the only time you disclose pronouns is when you assume that somebody uses neopronouns or pronouns different than yours, or you're not sure, because that makes you and the other person uncomfortable. So the one thing that you can do is just make it a normal thing. So every time I introduce myself to a client, I'm gonna say, hi, my name is Micah, I'll be your therapist. I go by she and her pronouns. I have your name down as this. Is there anything else you'd like me to call you? And that kind of opens the conversation to a whole lot of freedom for any client. And usually I work with adolescents, so they really appreciate that. All right. I don't have my watch. Let's see. Okay, well, good time. So this is a little bit of an exercise. And when I gave this talk in front of a audience at TCA, it was a little bit easier to kind of get feedback. But I think I'm just gonna kind of present it to you. But I would like you to think with me, think about your office. So obviously what I'm showing you right now is a waiting room. Think about your waiting room, wherever you work or where you'd like to work. Maybe you don't have a practice right now, but you have a space in mind that you would like to create one day. And let's point out all the areas that in even your waiting room, we can start making your waiting room an affirmative place. So right now we're seeing a blank waiting room. There's not much to script space. This is generated by AI, so it's a most generic thing, but there's a lot of areas that we can make sure we're presenting ourselves as an affirmative space. The first one is the computer. So that stands for really all of your paperwork. All of your paperwork can be a very either affirmative or discriminatory space without really meaning to do that. So the first space, or one of the few spaces, is, do you have a gender checkmark box? And is that gender checkmark box very expansive, or is it binary, or does it have a blank slate? So a lot of times I've heard from practitioners, and I prefer just a blank fill in gender and then fill it in, or gender identity and then fill it in. Now, sometimes we know that there is a difference between insurance's knowledge and sort of identity. So like the legal gender expression, the sexual orientation, not sexual orientation, the sex given at birth, there you go, and the gender identity. So if you want to be even more open to that, and if you have to know their sex given at birth because of insurance purposes, you can have two separate boxes. But I prefer just a blank box for gender identity. That's just one thing. The other thing, for example, in your documentation that you can put is instead of marital status, you can put like family status, and you can leave it open again because that leaves room for polyamorous clients as well. It goes away from the husband and wife thing, or married or single thing as well. Other things that you can put is you can put legal name and chosen name. Things like that. And I believe we have another comment. Yeah, health management, thank you, Yvette. Health management systems are still trying to catch up. And then Yvette says she uses biosex and gender identity. Great, wonderful. So that's already a helpful practice there. So anything on your paperwork, look at your paperwork, what you're giving your clients, and look through it from an affirmative lens. And is your paperwork discriminatory, or is it open and affirmative? That's the first thing that you can get started with before you even see the client. Hey, where am I going? There you go. So the next thing is looking at your artwork, your posters. So this doesn't go to say that everything you have should be full of rainbows, right? But we do want to make sure that we are using pictures and posters and artwork that is not discriminatory. And that goes in a multicultural way just as much as it goes in a gender and sexual orientation way. So maybe having a poster with two dads and a kid, or maybe having a poster with a blended family, or polyamorous family, or maybe different culture family. So making sure that basically your artwork does not just depict the white husband and wife and two kids standard that we often know and see around. But that could also include artwork, right? It doesn't just have to depict people, but it can also include artwork. So for example, a piece of art that I really admired that I saw when I was doing research for this is a pair of hands, like holding hands that are just rainbow colored. And it's very subtle. It leaves the interpretation open to the client. But of course, if you want to have all kinds of different artwork or rainbows or whatever everywhere, you can totally do that as well. But I know sometimes it's really hard for us to cater to all of our clients, and making sure that we're kind of within the realm of maybe what other people in our practice want. But generally thinking through what is your artwork depicting in your office. The next thing is the bathrooms, right? This is something that sometimes you can, and sometimes unfortunately you cannot regulate in the place that you work. So maybe you have a shared bathroom within the whole building, then you really maybe not able to have a genderless bathroom or a family bathroom open for everybody, whatever you might want to call it, and you might just have the binary. In that case, it's really helpful for either you or your secretary to maybe have a sign or be mindful of people who even might not feel comfortable using a specific gendered bathroom. Maybe they're having a transgender identity and maybe they're worried about what other people think. So having this option to clear the bathroom out and just have that one person go in safely while you make sure that nobody else goes in if it's a multi-use bathroom, or maybe even not having signs, gender signs at all, and just what Starbucks is doing now, just saying bathroom for anyone. But again, it's definitely something to think through, because I really enjoy sharing the story that I heard from the Coastal Bend Wellness Foundation when they built their new building, even the Pride Center, and they built their new building there. Unfortunately, didn't have their contractors think about that either. So even a place like that, unfortunately, has. I don't know how they do it now. I guess Santiago could help here, but they still had this idea of binary bathrooms, and they had to come up with some creative ways. I don't know how they do it there now, if you want to share.
They're still unfortunately binary. But they're kind of blocked in a hallway, so they're not entirely visible. So usually it's like patients feel pretty comfortable going in and out. Patients that, or like clients that come to the Pride Center have like, there's a separate bathroom inside. So if they're not comfortable going in the lobby, they can go to the one inside. Still binary, but at least it's more covered. And there's also that option to like if we want to clear out the bathroom or like stand outside like waiting for them, we can do that too.
Great. Yes, and I think this is a good example to say that even when we're trying, right? Like even we're trying, we're mindful, sometimes it just doesn't work out the way that we would like, right? So then we are, it's on us to be creative, especially if we're, let's say we're in a corporate building, and we can't dictate that ourselves. So a great way to be creative about that. And then the last thing is your informational material. Again, do you have resources out for LGBTQIA clients? Do you have resources about Pride Centers? Or do you just have resources that cater to the stereotype of maybe heterosexual or heteronormative clients? So that's the waiting room before you even see your clients. So this has nothing to do with how you counsel. This has nothing to do with your counseling strategy. This has everything to do with being an affirmative practitioner before seeing them. The other thing that I forgot to mention is your website. The way you present yourself even before they walk in the door. So there's a lot of great ways to be affirmative there. So the next step we're going to do, we're going to go into the counseling office. But before we go from the lobby into the counseling office, does anybody have any question about how to make, especially your lobby or before you see a client, an affirmative space? Anybody have any questions?
Not so much as a question, but you said the Pride Center does like safe zone training. They also provide stickers for institutions or places if you go through the safe zone training. I think you can ask too. Some people just put a safe zone sticker on their doorway entrance, or even on like the computer in the lobby can have it where like clients will see it. Things like that too have definitely helped out in my experience even. So
Great, good. Yeah, we actually offer the safe zone training at the university as well from the Pride Center. And it's always a really good training. So yes, look for those or even ask for those if you have your own practice. If you are ending up in a city that doesn't do that, there's still other ways to maybe connect and have either stickers or signs on your building or your doors as well. Great point. Any questions before we move on?
I guess this sort of ties into what you just discussed. I was wondering if you could recommend any places to get some of these like things you described. Like, is there like a store online that sells like sort of gender affirming posters, or like specifically things that you can put in your office to make people feel safe in that environment? Or is this stuff you just have to seek out on your own, and there's not like one particular place you can go to obtain it?
For sure, for sure. So there are a few different places. So here in Corpus, you can definitely go to the Pride Center. Go see the people at the Pride Center. They have lots of resources and flyers and even flags and things they'd love to share with you. If you don't have access to a Pride Center, there's always the Trevor Project online that you can request resources from, which is generally aimed at any kind of LGBTQA client or person, really, in that case. And then if you're looking for art and posters, Amazon is a great place, but read everything before you buy it, just because some things are not as good as others. But generally look at some of those websites. The Sage website as well has some good resources on there. And what's the other one? There's another one that I had in my head that just escaped me. Anyways, definitely look at the Pride Center, the Trevor Project. Let's see, somebody shared something. Etsy, yeah, Etsy can be great for decorations, especially if you want to support those creators as well. Great. Yeah. Hopefully that helped a little bit.
That helped a lot. Thank you very much.
Yeah, of course. All right, so let's go into the office. Again, this is AI generated. It might not be the best picture out there. But even, so now moving from the front office to your office has very similar things and very different things that you can make sure that are affirmative. Starting with, whoops, not starting in, apparently, starting with you. You as the therapist, obviously, this is where you're going to use inclusive examples. This is where you're going to use language that's affirmative. You also are in charge of how you present yourself to your client. You start with introducing yourself with your name and your pronouns, things like that. And I believe that at this point, we've kind of brought that point across. Again, artwork, right? Does the artwork in your office reflect affirmative stances? Or do you have now your front office taken care of, but your office is still very stereotypical for whatever area you're in? Or did you opt to not share anything? Because I know some people either share offices or might not really be able to decorate. But generally, what are you showing, right? What are you presenting in your office as well? The other thing that's different here is your literature. So do you have resources that you can go back to for LGBTQIA clients? This also goes for maybe you work a lot with homework. Maybe you don't work from a solution focused standpoint, but you work from other theories and you work with homework papers, or you work with maybe role plays, things like that. Are those affirmative? Do those use inclusive language? Are those multiculturally informed even? If your client sits in your office, can they see books on your shelf that represent them? Obviously, you probably won't have novels on your shelf, but do you only have maybe counseling textbooks on couples and families that look very stereotypical? Or maybe you have books on polyamorous relationships or LGBTQIA clients, right? So making sure that you're inclusive there as well, especially if you have any kind of literature or articles or resources that you give out from your office as well. I like to have little stickers in my office that I give to my clients at the end of every session. They're like either little, what is this called? Little calm stickers, or just little affirmative things. Do I make sure that I also include maybe gender neutral stickers, right? It's not all about like she believes she could or he believes she could. he could, right? Like things like that. Do I maybe have stickers that have same-sex couples on them or things like that, right? So it starts with those little things, and then it can go to, again, those big things like artwork as well. And then, oops, that was it, but I wanted to say, then again, your interventions, right? Like, are you using interventions that are affirmative and positive, building up the client, or are you using interventions in language that is discriminatory? So in your affirmative language, you're going to want to make sure that you normalize things like that. And so we're going to talk about more about language here now. Any questions before I move on though? Because now we're moving into kind of the realm of actual therapy, moving away from your setup. All right. And you're almost through too. So I'll go through these, especially because we've used a lot of these examples already. So again, language is a big thing. One thing to note here is always use your client's terminology. Whatever your client uses to refer to themselves or others as, is what you're going to use. So for example, and again, I learned this from the Pride Center, is the example of the word queer. For some older LGBTQIA people, that might be a very hurtful, very harmful word, because culturally, years ago, it was used as a very harassing word, as a discriminatory word, versus generations that are coming up now reclaim this word and use it with maybe different connotations, maybe even pride, or maybe positive or neutral connotations. So kind of being careful of your language in that way as well. And then also integrating those that language, and we talked about wall art, pamphlets, intake paperwork, your bathrooms, and then your use of questions and examples as well. So I'm not going to belabor this point, but if you have questions about this later, please feel free to ask me after. All right, so being non-pathologizing, again, another big point in this integrated theory, being problem-free. So for example, examining your client's reason for counseling from a strength-based perspective, refraining from categorizing them or perceiving them as disordered or being at a deficit, and then turn the presenting concern into a goal, right? We talk a lot about that in solution-focused work. So for example, instead of saying you want to decrease gender dysphoria, we want to increase our comfort and confidence in our identity. Even that language change can be really big motivator, but also just a big empowerment factor for our clients. So instead of saying we want to decrease the anxiety around coming out to a family, stating something like we want to increase our confidence in talking about our identities. Just having those subtle changes in your language, aligning with solution-focused language there. There's also your use of questions, which is huge in solution-focused work. So we're going to go over a couple different ones just as examples, and again, changes as you need to. So for example, exception-seeking questions. If a client is struggling with accepting their sexual orientation or gender identity, you can use exception-seeking questions to normalize and look for, again, those exceptions. So has there ever been a time in your life when you felt accepting of who you are, including whatever identity, right? Looking at strengths there as well. Coping questions. This one is, I believe this one came from a textbook or my friend's client. I'm not sure, but so for example, the client has come out to their sibling, but is anxious about coming out to their parents. Right, so looking at coping strategies. You mentioned coming out to your sibling. What did you do then to overcome your anxiety before talking to them? This seems very basic if you're using solution focused, but it really is just adding that framework to what you're already doing. The next one is the miracle question and then follow-up questions. This is a really big one, and we don't have the time to accurately go over every single part of the miracle question. If you use the miracle question, please be really careful to do your own research. This is not the end-all be-all explanation of it, okay? So it can be helpful, for example, if we talked about coming out, discussing couple issues, identity confusion, even self-confidence, things like that. So the general question that I would like to use with a preface that, well, I'll preface it after I ask the question. So if you woke up tomorrow and a miracle happened overnight so that your, for example, communication problems with your partner went away, what would be different? I generally state your partner didn't change, but you changed. So for example, maybe a client is really worried about their parents disowning them. So prefacing it with your parents didn't change, but something in you changed that made you feel different about the situation or feel different about your confidence, whatever it is, right? Because we don't want to set up our clients with the idea that the world is going to change. We do want to set up clients with the idea that we have the strength and the change within us. So for example, how will you know the miracle happened? What will others notice about you? What would their reaction be? What would they do next? Pretty basic stuff. Again, applying it to that affirmative stance. And again, please practice it before you use that because there's so much more to it. And then that strength-based, which I believe is one of the last steps that we're going to focus on today. And I'm almost over time, so I'm gonna hurry up. So that amplification can be really, really, really important, right? Identifying and amplifying existing strengths and resources. It can be important for all of our clients, but maybe our clients within the LGBTQIA plus umbrella did not or have not heard this from anybody else. Maybe they have not heard that their willingness to identify with their true identity, whether or not that is aligned with their sex given at birth, is a strength, and that they're resilient and that they're strong for that, and that they're courageous. Maybe you're the first person who's ever told them that. So using solution focused is a really beautiful way to encourage your clients. And then those compliments. I love the statement. Thank you for sharing this detail about your whatever sexual orientation journey with me. I understand that this was very difficult for you, and it shows how strong and courageous you are. Just taking that moment. And again, you don't have to be a solution focused practitioner to use some of these strategies here, but just remembering that you normalizing these things can be a huge step for your clients and can be the difference between you and anybody else that they talk to in their lives or in their mental health and journey. All right, I talked a bunch. This is the QR code to get this presentation. If you'd like to save this presentation for future records, if you want to look back at it, feel free to scan the QR code. There's so much more to say about this. Again, hopefully my article will come out. So if you want to read more examples, I can share that, or you can email back hopefully in a few months. I don't really know. It's my first time, so I don't know how that works just yet. But I would encourage you to think about these things for your own practice. Think about how to be an affirmative practitioner. I also am about to share the resource slide with you. There's a lot of great resources on there that I used for this, but I will give you just a couple more seconds to scan it if you need to. And then of course, feel free, I believe all of you have some way of contacting me if you need to. So if you have more questions or if you'd like to discuss this more, let me know. But here are the resources or references that I have. I don't think you can see yourselves. I have the little pictures of you guys, so I hope they're not in the way. But these are some things that I used. I know that's not APA format because they wouldn't all fit if it was APA format. But hopefully that was helpful for you. Again, if you have questions, please let me know. All right, I'm gonna stop the screen share.
I know we're almost out of time, but I do have a question. Have you had the chance to try this technique with clients in your work? And if so, how did they respond to it?
Yes, great question. I use affirmative work with pretty much all of my clients. Kind of the examples I was giving are all things I've used more or less. Now, at the hospital that I was at, I wasn't really seeing them long term. So just having that affirmative stance in the intake assessment has been really helpful. Normalizing it for the kiddos, I see adolescents has been really, really helpful, and they've given some good feedback about it. Moving back into long-term counseling care, I'm excited to use a little bit of the more long-term solution focused strategies with my clients, hoping that that'll go well, but definitely taking that affirmative solution focused stance has been helpful. Now, I didn't do a study on it, so I don't have evidence for this other than good feedback.
All right, great. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Of course.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, great job, Micah. This was very informative. It was
Really
a
good job.
Yeah, very good job. Yes, thank you so much. It was very helpful, very informative. And thank you for allowing us to have access to your presentation. So now we have come to our lunch break. And so we will be on break for an hour or so. We'll come back at 1 o'clock, and our 1 o'clock presentation will be on substance use disorders. Introduce yourself, and then you can go ahead and get started.
All right, sounds great. Yeah, well, first of all, thanks for having me here and inviting me to share a little bit of my experience and my background with the university students and all those in attendance for this conference. This is actually the first time I've ever participated in a virtual conference. So it's kind of exciting and a little bit different. But anyways, I'm looking forward to the experience in general, you know. Well, again, my name is Santos Ramirez, and I am a licensed chemical dependency counselor, and I'm also a licensed marriage and family therapist here with Gulf Coast Rehabilitative Services. I am the founder and owner of this licensed outpatient treatment facility. And I also own a group practice with licensed practitioners that work with individuals, families, and kids. So we got a pretty big practice out here in Corpus Christi. We've been doing it for the past 15 years. And just by the grace of God, you know, we've been able to sustain ourselves. And I can tell you guys what, that there's a big need out there for practitioners that are culturally sensitive, that are really involved in advocating for the wellness of individuals, because the need is great, you know, and the demand is high. But the passion and the drive is what we need out there to help our families that are you know, struggling with different types of problems, you know, social problems, substance abuse problems, relational issues. So today I'll be presenting a little bit on substance abuse, and you know, I'm going to correlate it based on what I see here at the office and based on my experience. So it's going to be a little bit more personalized, that direction, just because I think it's a little bit more practical of some of the stuff that some of our students might see while they're out in the field. So we are a licensed outpatient treatment program. And our mission here is to stabilize broken families that are caused by substance abuse and mental health related issues that affect the family system. We use a holistic treatment alternative approach to rehabilitate, heal, empower, and assist individuals and our families in becoming very confident, competent, caring individuals within our communities and family units. Obviously, our mission was established just because we understand that with a broken family system, right, we create different problems individually. And if we can treat the family holistically, then we can also treat the individuals. So what are we again? So we are a licensed outpatient treatment program here in Corpus Christi, Texas. We are licensed to treat adolescents and adults struggling with substance use disorders. Basically, our participants receive services. They give an opportunity to heal from the maladies of addiction. And we use an evidence-based approach through our intensive outpatient treatment program. It is a very intensive outpatient program. It is 36 hours of a group plus 12 hours of relapse prevention that we assist our individuals to transition back into the communities. The IOP program addresses substance use disorders by utilizing evidence-based approaches to treat these issues. Our staff are licensed to treat and address issues surrounding opiates, marijuana, cocaine, methamphetamine, alcohol, prescription medication. And I'll touch a little bit on those substances. There's, you know, I listed them there, but we do see some prevalence in the methamphetamine addiction now, and your marijuana derivatives like CBD oils, gummies, things like that. You're seeing a lot of that with the kids and our pregnant mothers coming in through our agency. And I'll talk a little bit about that. The second part of our component, as I mentioned to you guys, is we do offer the individual family counseling and play therapy for our kids. All our practitioners are licensed, as some of you guys are working towards, and some of our participants and attendees are working towards. We do offer the individual counseling for adolescents and adults and kids. We offer individual therapy to treat mental health disorders such as anxiety, abuse, depression, you know, attachment and detachment issues. We see a lot of issues with PTSD coming into our clinic. We work very closely with the Department of Family and Protective Services. So we see a lot of cases of child abuse, child neglect, physical abuse, domestic violence, family discord. And whenever you have these type of traumas, it's twofold. You know, first you have the incident that caused the situation, the crisis, and then you have the removal of a child from their parents, which you know, impedes the crises that the parents are already feeling. You know, so say for instance, we have families that come in because they were involved in a domestic dispute, and you know, the police were called. Well, the mom is the victim in this type of situation, right? Because the perpetrator abused her. But then you got state regulators that come in and remove the child from the home because they believe that the home is unpredictable and unsafe. You know, so you have a very difficult situation there when we're dealing with these with PTSD, domestic violence, and the family system, right? So, you know, I'll touch a little bit more about that when we get there, but I think that this is very important to address, just because the diagnosis itself, you know, working with the victim gets re-traumatized as they navigate through the child reunification process. And then domestic violence, we talked a little bit of social phobia, stress, bipolar, we do anger management. The common goal is just to work with the family members and you know, be able to meet them at their level and comfort. And then just to take into consideration the different developmental stages of each child in the family unit. You know, we all know that the hierarchy and the placement of each child in the family system gets affected differently when there's different issues taking place. And so, you know, we offer the play therapy for a lot of our kids that get separated from their families, and then working towards reunification, then we have to start working towards the assimilating them back into the family system, right? All right, so the first topic is we're going to cover a little bit about what is substance use disorder, right? You know, and as I mentioned, I've worked in the substance abuse field for the past 20 years and the past 15 here with Gulf Coast. One of the key things that I see different that has manifested throughout the years is that we don't use the term addiction. Your DSM-5 has removed addiction from the diagnosis criteria because of the negative connotation that it gives to people that have substance use issues. So when they created the DSM-5, prior to that, it was considered addiction. And so now it's considered to be a substance use disorder. So if you look at your DSM-5 and you review the introduction to the substance use disorder section, it specifically states in there that addiction is not a term that should be used when working with individuals because of the stigma and the negative connotation that it provides for the patient. Prior to this, obviously, the individual was seen as an addict that was driven by compulsiveness, was driven by the tolerance and adverse consequences. So when the DSM-5 updated several years ago and they considered it as a disorder, well, the primary difference is that we focus now on the behavioral aspects of using, not the addictiveness of the substances, right? So because we know that the person becomes dependent on a substance because of the addictiveness of the drug that they take, right? So, and the individual then maladapts to that addictiveness of a particular substance. Hopefully that makes sense. I don't want to complicate it too much there. But anyways, the point is that it's the substance itself that's addictive, not the individual that is driven to addiction, right? So it's that there's that separation between the two. So we use disorder. So if we focus on the disorder, then we're focusing on the behavioral aspect of what they do, right? While under the influence. So if we change what they do, then they reduce the chances of ongoing usage and eventually stop. That's the ultimate goal. So I mentioned to you on the DSM-5, it talks a lot about maladaptive behaviors, right? Maladaptive. What does the patient do, right? Behaviorally, they maladapt, right? What does the patient do to continue to use that causes significant distress or functioning impairment, right? That's the key thing. What do they continue to do? So if we're looking at behavior and we're trying to change the maladaptive behaviors to more adaptive patterns of so the next thing is we want to look at is the withdrawal aspect of it. You want to look at withdrawal. So you look at maladaptive, and then you're looking at withdrawal, and then you're also looking at tolerance, right? So the withdrawal is what symptoms are they experiencing after they stop taking a substance, right? And then how much of that substance are they using to continue to get the same effect? So you're looking at these three variables with substance use disorder: maladaptive, withdrawal, and tolerance. Okay, so that's an intro to substance abuse, right? But what about recovery? Now, when we talk about the family system, and when I talk about my experience here and working with families, right, we have to look at 4 domains in working with individuals, right? The 4 domains, the 4 pillars of recovery, the 4 domains of creating homeostasis, the 4 domains of creating balance within a family system and within the individual. Number 1, it's going to be your biological, your biological aspect of the individual. What's happening with them physically? That's the key thing, right? The biological aspect of the individual. Then you're looking at social aspects of it, right? The support system, their 12 steps, the community ties. Are they employed? Things like that. This is one of the most important one. And what about relational? What about the family system? When we're talking about recovery and we're talking about getting people to start and look at what they're doing, we need to look at the family, right? We need to look at that family system. And is this family coming from a matriarchal family system, patriarchal? Are we coming from a broken family system? Are we talking about these individuals coming from they're living in shelters? You know, what's their economic status? Very important variables when we work with families, especially when we have our families living in shelters and their children have been removed. The question though becomes that we cannot criminalize poverty, right? We cannot criminalize lack of transportation. We cannot criminalize lack of resources or identify our families as incompetent because they don't have the resources. So this is really important, especially if they're riding the bus, are they living in a shelter? Do they have their children with them? Do they have housing, adequate housing? Are they employed? Very, very important when we're navigating the clients through encouragement to get into recovery. The last part is going to be your spiritual aspect of it, right? So one of the things is that obviously as a facility, we can't promote religion, but we do promote higher power, right? We do promote spiritual beings, understanding concepts. If that's what the patient or the client wants to explore, we can explore that with them. And they don't have to if they don't want to, but the point is that where are they manifesting their energy from, right? Where are they holistically tapping into some type of source, some type of energy to get them where they need to be, right? So that's the key thing about recovery is where are they getting the inspiration from, that drive, right? To continue to move forward despite experiencing a lot of these problems. All right, so if we're going to get them into recovery, then yeah, we need to look at the 3 C's of chemical dependency. We can't expect families or individuals to automatically stop without really taking a look at what's going on, right? So if I encourage somebody to stop drinking alcohol, but they go back home to the family that's alcoholic driven, or the mom is an alcoholic or the dad is an alcoholic, then you're creating detachment issues for this patient, right? That they limit their support system because they don't have someone that they can go back to that are not addicted to drugs or haven't been experiencing problems with alcoholism. So that's a very key thing to always take into consideration when we're encouraging the support systems, but yet our support systems are probably doing worse than us. And that's the only support system that they have. So we want to look at the control aspect of it. These are the 3 C's of chemical dependency, right? The early social, the control of emotions and behaviors, cognitive distortions, what their view is on what they're doing, right? The compulsionness of it, the cravings, they continue to use despite experiencing adverse consequences. And the last one is what's the history of relapsing? What does that look like, right? are they a mild, moderate, or severe case? That's going to be the key thing in working with your individuals and your families. Do you have a mild, moderate, or severe case, right? Depending on where these individuals fall, it's going to increase the severity of whether they're going to maintain sobriety or they have a higher chance of relapsing because they're just highly more dependent on that substance. So you go mild, moderate, or severe. So compulsive drug taking behavior. I'm kind of going back and forth because I'm trying to emphasize certain things, which is that when we're talking about addiction or people with substance use disorders, we're talking about behaviors. That's the key thing. We're talking about behaviors. We're talking about what they're doing, not what they're taking, right? What they're doing after they take the substance, what they're doing after they stop. So if you're looking at a compulsive behavior again, they tend to use more than intended and use this for longer periods of time than intended. There's a persistent desire or effort to cut down or control the usage, right? Spends a lot of time on the substance, either obtaining it, using it, or recovering from it. Gives up important social, occupational, or recreational activities because of the substance use, and then continues to use the substance despite the seriousness effects that it's had in the person's life. That's the key thing about being compulsively driven. So if I'm being compulsively driven, then yeah, I'm going to use more than I intend to. Even if I try to cut down, your patient is not going to cut down because they're being driven by it. They spend a lot of time focusing on obtaining it, using it, recovering from it. They give up their social, occupational, recreational activities, and then they continue to use despite having adverse consequences. And I'll give you an example, of adverse consequences would be, some of our clients come in, our young parents come in because they decided to smoke some synthetic marijuana in the Whataburger drive-through, and they end up passing out in the drive-through with the kids in the car, right? That is something that that has an adverse consequence of what they're doing. And then they come in as a family, the mom, the boy, the mom and the husband and the kid, and their first argument is that they don't have a problem. They don't have a problem that they just made a mistake by maybe smoking too much while they were in the drive-through, with the kids in the car. But that is a classic example of levels of impairment, right? That's a perfect example of impairment and still seeing still being compulsive and not being able to see how that usage actually contributed to that crisis being manifested and having to be involved in state services. So we look at the genetics. It's very important to look at the age. We see a lot of families between their 20s and 30s is the mid-range. What we see of our families coming in, young kids, a lot of young kids having being removed from their families because of substance abuse or domestic violence. And so between your 20 to 30-year-old range is what we see here as a common age group of young individuals having children and getting involved in different types of scenarios because of either domestic violence, because of alcohol usage, because of drug usage, or other social issues that they're experiencing. So the young age of onset is very important. The older families that we see, it's geared more towards social aspects of it rather than substance abuse related, right? A lot of the kids that we work with that come through our doors, our therapist and myself, it's very important to look at the childhood trauma and the level of violence that a child is exposed to, the sexual offenses that have taken place, which is very serious topics. We are mandated reporters in the state of Texas, and we have to report allegations of physical and sexual and elderly abuse. And so these are very, very sensitive areas because the perpetrators sometimes, usually, are family members. And that's the tricky part of being sexually abused by a family member, and then having to integrate that child back into that family system has a lot of challenges to it, you know. And then domestic violence, right? That's another one there that we see very common. Domestic violence between the parents, especially the young parents experiencing domestic violence issues. And a lot of it is based on lack of parenting skills, you know, lack of knowledge of what it entails to be a parent and what it entails to raise their children in a non-threatening environment. We always look at again, your family systems and try to take a look at if they have a support system in place. Do they have a support system? Do they not have a support system? What does the family look like? You see a lot of your grandparents raising grandchildren because of the parents. Their rights have been terminated, so now we have the grandparents raising grandchildren and taking on that parental role. And then you want to look at any mental illness, any history of mental illness, depression, bipolar, environmental factors, social factors are very, very imperative when we're looking at the dynamics of the family system. Just because, again, like as I stressed, if they're living in a shelter and they don't have the resources or transportation, does it make them less of a parent or reduce their parenting abilities? No, it doesn't. You know, as long as they have the tools that they need, it doesn't make them any less. It's just they're in positions where, you know, socially they would need a little bit more help to get them where they need to be, right? So it doesn't make them less of a parent just because they live in a shelter. We would have to treat that parent and the child as we would treat any other family member or patient. So we talked a little bit about these two areas already, the tolerance and the withdrawal. I'm just kind of skip through that there. And we talked a little bit about the substance abuse aspect. Now, one key thing that I want to emphasize on this is focusing on the fact that we're looking at a 12-month period of time, right? That's what we're looking at, is 12 months. So what has happened between the last 12 months? Not your lifetime, not the past 5 years. No, within the past 12 months, what does this behavior look like, right? What does your behaviors look like in the past 12 months? We're trying to change your behaviors, not your life patterns, right? Changing your behaviors. That's what we're trying to change here. And so we're going to have to look at the legal aspects of it. We're going to look at the physical hazardous. Like I told you, some of our clients coming in that get arrested because they passed out at the Whataburger drive-through or McDonald's drive-through. I had a client that was smoking marijuana with his kids in the car. Him and his wife were smoking marijuana with the kids in the car as they were dropping off their kids in elementary. And so the one of the attendants smelled the marijuana coming out of their SUV with the kids in the car. And you know, I mean, that's just physically hazardous, you know, what they're thinking, what goes on. Well, I mean, that's why therapy and treatment is very important, because that's that perfect example again of impulsivity and maladaptive behaviors, thinking that nobody's going to smell, you know, marijuana coming out of your SUV with your 3 kids, and you're at the drop zone at your elementary school, right? I mean, that's just that's one of those things where it's maladaptive. They don't look at the severity of it, and they put themselves in these type of situations. Was it where it's physically hazardous for the children and for them, and it creates legal problems. And then we have these social or interpersonal problems too, as defined in our DSM-5. So I mentioned earlier, I just want to touch on this about the mild, moderate, or severe. Now, depending on the severity of the dependency, you're going to classify people based on mild, moderate, or severe. Your mild is basically saying you got 2 to 3 symptoms that have been identified. Your moderate cases, you got 3 to 4 symptoms that have been identified. And then your severe category, you got 5 or more symptoms that have been identified through your DSM-5. The severe is going to create the reliance on more medical intervention. For somebody that's having problems with substance use, they need medical or detoxification, right? So the mild is your educational aspect. Your moderate is going to be your intensive outpatient, and your severe is going to be where they need to be detoxed, or they need to go into a long-term residential facility. So we talked a little bit about the tolerance. We talked a little bit about withdrawals, and we talked a little bit about the efforts of cutting down. So I want to talk a little bit about this and just kind of share my experience with what's going on within our families, and then tell you a little bit about the recovery principles of what we see. So based on my experience, right, the family can either be the source of the problem by enabling individuals to continue to use because they rescue them, they shield them, they protect them, right? And the family is also consumed by the drug addictive behaviors. So when they're consumed by the by the addictiveness of an individual, right, then the whole family becomes the problem. And the last thing the family wants is to create problems for their loved one. And you know, and really that's something that we address a lot, because it's hard to detach from that level of protection and cohesiveness, especially in your Mexican American and Latino communities. Very, very significant, very, very significant, and it could cause problems. But the individual, though, can become very defensive, right? It can become very defensive when they're being confronted about their drug using. You know, some of you guys have seen Intervention, and maybe you've heard about these different documentaries about families coming together and confronting them. Those are very good tools to use. One of the things that they don't mention is, though, how in disarray the family becomes, because they're all fighting against each other. And the one person that's creating the problems is the one that's using the drugs. Creates financial problems, it creates legal problems for the family, and then it creates a lot of negative emotions, right? Unresolved guilt, unresolved shame, unresolved trauma for family members of how to navigate through these situations. For example, I have a patient that I'm working with, and or that we were working with, that was addicted to cocaine, crack cocaine, and he was living with his mother. He was 46-year-old, addicted to cocaine, had some medical issues, living with his mom, and the mom comes in and says, you know, I want to get help for my son, you know, because my son is addicted to drugs and I don't know what to do to fix him. And so the issue, though, becomes, do we work with the mom to become healthier, to not be impacted by his addiction? Or do we work with him to sober him up, right? So his addiction doesn't affect his mother. Very touchy situation there. Make a long story short, right? On this scenario, we work with the mom first, right? When you say, well, why would we work? Why would we work with the mom first when she's not the one that's using drugs? Well, we work with the mom first because we needed to teach her tools of how to navigate and working with someone that was addicted to drugs, right? So giving her therapy, her and her husband therapy first, and then allowing them to support one another, allowed them to set higher standards for what they expected their son, their 46-year-old son, to do, to be able to get better. If not, they were going to be pulling each other and creating problems within the marriage. So working with mom and dad first allowed them to develop the tools, express themselves, and then they were able to tackle on their son that was using cocaine, 46 years old, living at home, and be able to set some standards and be able to get him the help that he needed. So according to the National Institute on Alcohol and Drug Abuse, right, the most common problems that arise between spouses when one partner uses drugs is going to be your marital conflict, infidelity, domestic violence, unplanned pregnancies, financial instability, stress, jealousies, divorce. That's the family, but what about the kids, right? Kids develop anxiety, depression, low self-esteem. They have social phobias. They have separation anxiety, and I always share with my staff that, what's the one thing that the child wants to do when he's removed from their parents' care, despite whatever problems that the parents are facing, whether it's substance abuse, whether it's domestic issues, whether it's physical abuse. The number one thing that kids want to do is go home back with their parents. Despite whatever they went through, the number one thing that kids want, based on my experience, is they want to go back home, right? Of course, you have some cases that, that might not be the case, but 90% of the time, that's their one desire, is they want to go home with their parents. So you'll see a lot of aggression, some suicidal thoughts, behaviors, emotion isolations, and PTSD, right? It's a common diagnosis that we use here. PTSD, your adjustment disorders are very common. Anxiety, very common in working with kids. All right. So we're kind of almost to the end of this. And so I wanted to talk a little bit about just some recovery principles that I think are important, just for your notes and whoever's going to see this. This is the phases of recovery, right? So anytime a client is coming in to receive services, it's going to be crisis driven. The crisis can only be defined by the person experiencing the problem. So the magnitude, it could be a loss of a dog, it could be a loss of a family member, it could be a loss of a job, it could be a loss of brother or sister, it could be a domestic issue. It could be a panic attack, it could be an anxiety attack, it could be something. So there's always going to be a crisis that's driving the person to seek some level of care. And of course, you want to encourage the abstinence. What are we doing now to change this? Right? We need to stop drinking. We need to stop smoking. We need to remain abstinent. Stop everything that's going on around you. We integrate into sobriety. What does sobriety look like for the person, right? Are they remaining abstinent? Do they have a support system? Are they going to celebrate recovery? Are they going to their 12-step meetings? Are you going to fellowship, Bible studies? Or how are you building this foundation? Are you journaling? Are you, navigating through how are you navigating through this crisis? And then how are we going to prevent these things from happening in the future? That's the key thing, right? So navigating and learning that when we're experiencing a crisis, it's very important to look at what's driving the crisis, what substance, if any, are they taking? What does sobriety look like? Well, what does it look like for you? What's your recovery looking like, right? What are you doing to maintain yourself? And what are you doing to prevent these things from happening in the future? So overall, at the end of the day, the ultimate goal is going to be stability, right? Whether it's the dad affecting the family or the mom affecting the family, either way, when you're talking about substance abuse, based on my experience, right, you're going to have a lot of families that are going to be dealing with something related to substance abuse, especially recently with the legalization of CBD oils, gummies, things like that. It's becoming very prevalent with our younger generation, our high school students and even middle school students are taking those substances. And so they're testing positive and they're mandating them to get some level of care. So that's just something to take a look at there. Oh, so let me cover this last section here too before we run out of time. I think I got these are some techniques again to assess simple, very simple questions. Do you have a tolerance? Do you get angry when people talk to you about it? Have you tried to cut down? And are you drinking in the morning, right? to get over a hangover or to start drinking. GATES stands for, it's an acronym. Are you feeling guilty about your drinking? Do you get angry when somebody talks to you about drinking? Do you have a tolerance? How much does it take to drink or to get high? Do you have an eye opener, right? Very simple things. And have you ever tried to stop? Right? Very simple questions, you know, the acronym GATES. Do you feel guilty? Do you get angry when people talk to you about this? Have you had a notice that you're drinking more or using more? Do you have an eye opener to get yourself going? And have you ever tried to stop or cut down? In summary, recovery principles within any family and in substance abuse where we work with is basically everybody deserves an opportunity, right? We want to give them an opportunity. We want to focus on the solution, not the barriers of what they're facing. We definitely want to comfort, reaffirm, and direct. We want to allow for mistakes. You know, there's no such thing as a perfect individual, perfect unit, right? Things are going to happen. Where's your level of accountability? Let's not personalize outcomes. CBT and motivational interviewing techniques are imperative in the field of domestic issues and substance abuse because they're very effective in changing behaviors. And so it's something that you want to just take a look at, you know. So these are the recovery principles that we try to follow. Again, is everybody deserves an opportunity. Let's focus on the solution, not the problems, and comfort, reaffirm, redirect, allow for mistakes from your patients, and things are going to happen. We have to have some level of accountability and the choices that our patients make, but we don't personalize those outcomes, right? Those are decisions that happen, and we have to continue to grow. So, so that pretty much concludes the presentation on substance use and family and diagnosing substance use and working with family systems. I would just like to summarize it by saying again that one of the things is that it's common and it's going to happen, right? There's always going to be an underlying issue, and when we dig enough, we usually find that there's some type of correlation of substance use, alcoholism, drug addiction, mental health. Something's going on within the family or the individual that's being very disruptive, you know, and that's just something that I think is important to always keep in mind when we're working with individuals, that it might not be observable symptoms because we don't wait until the patient is homeless and living out on the streets and incarcerated. We don't wait to those levels of adverse consequences anymore to treat patients. We focus on the behaviors. So getting familiar with the behavioral aspect of disorders definitely increases your ability to treat it, right? Before it becomes, you know, a severe case. But if you want some additional information, you guys can reach us here at this this address, Gulf Coast Rehabilitative Services. We're located at 4639 Corona, Suite 15 here in Corpus Christi. You can look at our website, and we have some additional information. If you have any patients or clients that need help, you can send them, call our office here at 361-882-1413 and get a consultation scheduled, or you can also email us. And I think that's all I have. I have 2 minutes left, but I don't know if we needed to allocate any time for questions, but I think we're running out of time here.
Does anybody have any questions for Santos?
I just had, so can't quite remember if you had said it before, but do y'all offer any type of like trainings on y'all at y'all's services that other people would be able to attend?
We offer trainings monthly. Just we do random trainings monthly or quarterly. We'll put some out. Maybe I could email Dr. I here when we have our next training, and he can put it out for you guys.
Um, I'm sorry if you talked about this earlier and I just mentioned it, but do you offer any sort of group therapy over at your rehabilitation center?
Yes, for substance abuse, yes, we run groups 5 days out of the week. Mhm. Anybody else?
Do you all happen to offer interventions?
Interventions in a sense where it's an organized interventions specifically, no, we don't. No, it's more of a consultation, or we'll have a family session where we can address specific concerns. But as an interventionist, no, we don't do that. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. All right. Well, you did an excellent job, Santos. Thank you so much for talking all about your program, and you helped us understand so much about substance use. We really appreciate all the information you've given us and for sharing about your wonderful organization that offers so much to the community. So thank you very much for this presentation. It was excellent. And we have now about 10 minutes. So you all are welcome to go on a break. And then we have one more presentation after this.
Well, thanks for having me, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming very much.
Okay, everybody, it is now 2 o'clock, so we're gonna go ahead and get started. This is the last presentation for the conference. If you'd like to receive CEs, please send your emails to us. Bethany and Sharon have put their email in the chat. Feel free to reach out to them if you need it again. So we have session 5, transgender patient care from gatekeeping to advocacy. Alrighty, so Santiago, feel free to introduce yourself, and you should have screen sharing privileges, and it's all yours.
Yeah, for sure. So give me 1 second, because okay, so I'm gonna clarify. I have 2 monitors, so if I am looking in 2 different places, that's because of that. And can y'all see the presentation?
Yes, I need to also clarify that for this presentation, I don't think we'll be able to offer CEs, but if you need them for previous sessions, feel free to reach out.
Yeah, that I'm not quite there yet. So okay. Okay, yeah. So this is my presentation. I'll just start with a brief introduction. Okay, so again, my name is Santiago. My pronouns are he, him. I'm currently in the grad program. I'm set to graduate over the summer. I am an intern at the Pride Center here in Corpus, the only Pride Center in South Texas, actually. There is Corpus Christi Pride, but we could talk about that in a bit. And basically, my presentation is more informational and more on historical aspects of things. So my agenda for today was I was going to talk about the terminology that I'll be using, and just some like good things to keep in mind. I'm going to talk about the history of gender dysphoria from like the early 60s to now, historical and ongoing treatment for trans patients and clients as it pertains to back then and now. And that's both in the medical and counseling sides of things. And then I'll end it with how can you advocate and support your patients and clients that are trans. And I'll periodically like take pauses if anyone has like any questions or comments to bring up. I did make like the reactions make little noises for me, so if y'all use the reaction thing, like I can hear that too, if y'all just want to get my attention. So the terminology I'll be using is, of course, transgender. So it is a broad term to describe people whose gender identity is different from the one that they thought to be when they were born.
Santiago, sorry,
yes.
sorry to interrupt you, but I don't know if you are meaning to have it like that, but like we see, I believe maybe your 2 screens, and then like the actual slide is pretty small.
Oh, I see.
Is that just me?
Okay. No,
No.
I can see that. Okay, give me 1 second. I'll switch over. That's the problem with having a bunch of monitors is you can never get it right the first time. There you are. Do y'all see just a slideshow
That's
by
better,
itself now?
yes.
Okay,
Perfect.
sweet. Thank you for telling me. Okay. Cool. Okay. So yeah, transgender. So I will clarify though, I'll be using trans in short for that, and trans will also take into account other identities that would include non-binary and other identities that I'll go over in just a second. Sometimes I'll say like transgender and non-binary. And I'll explain the differences in a bit because some people prefer to separate them. Others, like myself, utilize the entire trans umbrella, but that is up to the interpreter. Gender identity is your internal knowledge of your gender, so that is what you believe and what you feel is your identity is. Your knowledge that you're a man, woman, or another gender. Gender expression is how a person presents their gender outwardly. That can include a lot of things, the way that they act, their clothing and hairstyle, their voice, their body characteristics, how they choose to introduce themselves, and things like that. It may not always be typical to societal standards. So someone who may identify as a woman may not present in your socially normative feminine ways, and like vice versa with any other gender. So keep that in mind. Everyone has a gender identity, including cisgender people. So cisgender is if your gender identity matches with the gender you were assigned at birth, then you're cisgender. The term cis is used for short. and I'll be using that occasionally, but that is some of the terminology. People whose gender is not male or female use a lot of different terms to describe themselves. Non-binary is one of the most common, sometimes with the hyphen non-binary. People who are non-binary typically use they, them pronouns, or pronouns can be switched around like he and they, or he, she and they, or he, she and they, or just a plethora of things. Other two terms include genderqueer, agender, bigender, gender fluid, lots of others. This is not a set list of gender identities, but it is one of the major ones that are used. Like I said, none of these terms mean exactly the same thing, but they all pertain to the individual experiences. If you're wanting to understand someone's gender, it's best to ask the person, but we can talk about that too. So I'm going to go over the history of gender dysphoria. So this can be something that I can talk about for a solid like 5 hours in one presentation because there is so much information in it. And of course, it's what we have written down from the basis of white cisgender heterosexual providers, psychiatrists, doctors, all sorts, and the just overall history. There is a lack of research from like newer research that is non-biased or non-judgmental, but I work with what I have. So Magnus Hirschfeld is credited among one of the first physicians to distinguish between same-sex attraction and transsexualism. This is as early as the 1930s. And that's when they at least started differentiating the two. Because before, the idea of transsexualism or transvesticism would be related to sexual orientation versus like identifying as the opposite gender rather than like cross-dressing or things like that. David Caldwell in 1949, after this, had proposed one of the earliest diagnostic conceptualizations for transgender identities. He named the term, and I can never say this, psychopathia transsexualialis. And that's just one of the coined terms for it, as they wanted it to be presented medically and diagnostically. The term, the Latin term there, can also be accredited to Krafft Ebings in the 1930s with Magnus Hirschfeld, but the sources were very mixed. A lot of people credit David Caldwell for this term, though. Harry Benjamin in 1966 was definitely a pioneer for the rest of it. He published The Transsexual Phenomenon and is credited with promoting and generalizing the word transsexual. He definitely popularized it. And he would educate other medical professionals and would pioneer or advocate and pioneer for hormone treatments for transgender patients. He also created the sex orientation scale, which they made a lot of adaptations for that are used even today. Not on a professional setting, but are at least observed. And I'll go over that in a second. Another notable person could be Richard Green. He wrote the book Sexual Identity Conflict in Children and Adults. He's not on the slide here, but I just had a note for him. That book was published in 1974. But it's kind of mixed on whether or not he is going to be included in history of it, but that book does exist. I personally have not been able to check it out, but The Transsexual Phenomenon is definitely an interesting read. And then of course we have the DSM. So trans identities and transsexualism was known like prior to the DSM or like around the time that it was forming. So despite that knowledge and attention already existing, the first 2 editions of the DSM did not mention gender identity at all. So this is the sex orientation scale. And Harry Benjamin, again, he created the sex orientation scale to classify and understand various forms and subtypes of transvesticism and transsexualism in biological males. So it was a 7-point scale with 3 types of transvesticism, and 1 category for typical males is how it was put. He uses references from the Kinsey scale, and he differentiates transvesticism and transsexualism between being transvestite versus a true transsexual was the verbiage used. Benjamin notes that it must be emphasized again that the remaining 6 types are not and never can be sharply separated. So we have like true transsexualism, the other 6 types can never truly be differentiated, is how he put it. It has been the intention here to point out the possibility of several conceptions and classifications of the transvestitic and the transsexual phenomenon. And then he says, too, future studies and observations may decide which would come likely closer to the truth. And in way possible understanding of the etiology may be gained. So at the time this was forming and they were understanding trans people, the use of the term transvestite was only in a term of cross-dressing, where people found pleasure from cross-dressing or dressing as the opposite gender versus actually using it as a gender identity. So this scale was basically, are you someone who prefers to cross-dress or are you trans, is basically what it differentiated it between. And again, I am using a lot of very outdated terms. These aren't used anymore. And I want to point out, though, that the use of transvestite and transsexual is actually sometimes used by older generations of trans people, and that's something that they reclaim. However, it's not always the case. So again, it varies case by case. It's unique to the person. I use them on an educative standard. That's not what I wanted to do. So yeah, I could go into more in depth on this and his book, but the sex orientation scale is very interesting to look into, especially Benjamin's book. So in the DSM, transsexualism first appeared in the DSM-3 in 1980. Following in 1990, the World Health Organization included transsexualism diagnosis in the ICD-10. Categories for the diagnosis were so general, what was it? Excuse me. Gender identity disorder, excuse me, was utilized in these terms, but transsexual was the mostly used term for the diagnosis in the DSM-3. So that included in children, adolescents, and adults. Non-transsexual type would be transvesticism, which was used in the DSM-3, and then not otherwise specified. So that there's some symptoms and criteria being met, but not all the way. That's how we see it with any certain diagnoses in the DSM. Interestingly enough, transsexualism were, like the categories for it, were placed among disorders usually first evident in infancy, childhood, or adolescence. But in that category, it retained the use of the word transsexualism. So it was under there, but you wouldn't see it until you went to where it actually had the diagnosis for it. One of the earlier questions regarding like psychological literature and being trans was, of course, like the cause or the source of being trans. And that's why it brings up the firstly evident in infancy, childhood, and so forth. So they basically wanted to rule it out, like what was happening, what was the developmental differences here. Is it transvesticism? Is it transsexualism? So what they did find, or what researchers did found, even in the 1960s, where they were really confused because people who were trans were often deemed neurotic, or they were deemed neurotic, but when they would do assessments and things like that, and this is a quote, they were in every other respect normal functional people. So they were confused. They were like, okay, why do you want to be the opposite gender, but you're acting normal? You know what I mean? So they were pretty confused on that notion, because they, at this time, of course, it was seen as pathological. A couple of researchers at the time produced, quote, evidence that there were 2 types of trans people, or that there were types of trans people, rather, criminal, deviant, and antisocial. These are the people who had a very high belief, and this is like a example that I had read in one of the articles and that I will probably use to explain moving forward, is that at the time when they were trying to diagnose transsexualism and see the differences between the two, and if they were criminal, deviant, or antisocial, they basically thought they were like a drag queen, but also Jack the Ripper. So it was very different at the time because they were trying to find a niche way of understanding, okay, I don't like, they're trying to understand why is it that you want to be the opposite gender, but you're still functioning in society. That was something very confusing for researchers back then. And it was just interesting to look at. The DSM-4 and the DSM-4R, or like the revised one in 1994, transsexualism was replaced with gender identity disorder. And they had it again in adolescents and adults, in children, and not otherwise specified. It was also placed under the category of sexual disorders. Micah had talked a bit about this in her presentation earlier, where being gay, lesbian, bi, even asexual was a disorder that, or was considered a disorder at the time. Gender identity disorder was placed with that as well. Like I said, they considered it under sexual disorders because they were trying to see if it was wanting to be the opposite gender or finding pleasure in being the opposite gender, hence the sexual disorder diagnosis. Apparently, transsexualism was replaced to reduce stigma at the time, but it still stirred a lot of controversy, even among advocates and psychiatrists, because they still believe that it pathologized being trans, rather than seeing it, quote, as a true disorder. And that's what I had said in a couple resources that I saw. I wasn't quite too sure what the implication of that was, but rather, like, I think they still wanted it to be separate. But there was still a lot going on at the time. In the DSM-5 and the DSM-5-TR, I did not include the year for the DSM-5-TR, so that is my fault. But of course, gender identity disorder was then replaced with gender dysphoria. The focus no longer being on the identity as a whole, but the stress that clients and patients feel when their biological sex doesn't match with their gender identity. It's no longer qualified as a or identified rather by sexuality. And then in the DSM-5-TR, they removed the terms natal male and natal female in terms of gender assigned at birth. And they instead replaced it with individual assigned male at birth and female at birth. AMAB and AFAB are the terms that are used in the community and in certain fields to just shorten that. So AMAB assigned male at birth, AFAB assigned female at birth. And the term cross-sex was replaced with gender affirming. So again, with the DSM-5, they wanted to clarify that it's no longer based on, it's no longer a disorder. It is rather like an experience that they're having that could better explain the distress that clients are feeling because their biological sex and their gender identity are not aligning. And the DSM-5 articulates explicitly that gender nonconformity is not in itself a mental disorder. And of course, it also includes specifiers for post-transition or pre-transition. So have they transitioned, quote, medically or not? Or are they in the process, or have they not done so yet? So this is where we are today. So I'm not going to go over the entire criteria for it, but this is how we see it in the DSM-5-TR now. So gender dysphoria in adolescents and adults, of course, is a marked incongruence between one's experience/expressed gender and their assigned gender for at least 6 months duration, as manifested by 2 or more of the following symptoms. So of course, that's like the marked incongruence, a strong desire to get rid of the assigned gender, to have the primary or secondary sex characteristics of the other gender, and so forth. For children, it's similar in terms of the marked incongruence and 6 months duration, but they need more criteria. So it's manifested by at least 6. So of course, a strong desire to be the opposite gender assigned at birth. In boys, it says this strong preference for cross-dressing, or simulating female attire. Interestingly enough, for girls, it says a strong preference for wearing only typical masculine clothing, rather than wearing typical feminine clothing. Cross-gender roles in make-believe play or fantasy play. So like in kids, if they're playing like they're pretending to play like family or something like that, if a child would rather play a father than a mother or vice versa. And so on and so forth. They require more criteria, so that way they could identify if it's just a child just wanting to do things not very typical, or is there a gender dysphoria diagnosis in play. So any questions or anything so far? Okay, just making sure. So for the historical and ongoing treatment for transgender patients and clients in the medical and counseling fields, I'm going to go over a lot of data as fast as I can in terms of how trans patients are receiving and what they're struggling with today. So I'll try to go through that as quickly as I can till I get to the main points. But for data, starting in 2017, a study consisting of over 6,000 transgender, non-binary, and gender non-conforming participants in the US, over 86% reported to have experienced sexual and physical assault, career-related discrimination, school bullying and harassment, homelessness, relationship losses, and denial of medical services. A study in 2020 found that transgender patients spend more time educating their providers on trans people. Over a third of trans patients have experienced disrespectful providers, non-binary patients having faced higher rates of disrespect, and older trans patients experience higher rates of having to educate their providers. In a 2023 report by the Human Rights Campaign, 2022 to 2023, from 2022 to 2023, 33 hate crime related deaths had occurred in that time frame. More than a handful of hate crime related deaths having reported this year alone in 2024. 2023, over 200 anti-trans bills were introduced. Not many passed, but they're still in the works even now. In 2022, over 500 recorded anti-trans hate crimes and incidents that included bomb threats, vandalization, violent protests, and one instance of firebombing at a local trans community source. Historical and continuing discrimination evidently linked to high rates of depression, anxiety, substance misuse, unhealthy coping mechanisms, and extremely high rates of attempted and completed suicide. And then again, by the Human Rights Campaign and the U.S. Department of Justice in their hate crime report, stated that nearly 1 in 5 of any type of hate crime is now motivated by anti-LGBTQ plus bias. 2022 had the highest number of anti-LGBTQ plus hate crimes within the past 5 years. Transphobic and anti-trans hate crimes increased by 40% alone from 2021 to 2022, as it was recorded by the FBI hate crime statistics in 2023. Over 350 transgender and gender nonconforming people have lost their lives to fatal violence in the past decade. 25%, a quarter of them, were within the last 3 years. And 20% of all victims were home to Florida and Texas. One of the two of the states that are really leading these anti-trans bills and such. In 2023, UCLA School of Law found that 81% of trans adults in the US have thought about suicide, 42% have attempted suicide, 56% have engaged in non-suicidal self-injury. At the time of reporting, 7% of their participants reported a recent suicide attempt. Over 25% reported hazardous substance use. And in the report, it says, while transgender and cisgender adults reported similar rates of hazardous drinking and problematic drug use, transgender people will significantly be more likely to experience poor mental health during their lifetimes. Compared to cisgender adults, trans adults were 7 times more likely to contemplate suicide, 4 times more likely to attempt it, and 8 times more likely to engage in non-suicidal self-injury. In 2015, a survey that included nearly 28,000 trans adults in the US Over 30% of the trans population reported to have had negative experience in healthcare settings. Over 20% had been asked invasive questions, and within the last 7 years, over 30% of transgender patients have been denied gender affirming care as the treatment was deemed as cosmetic and or not unnecessary. So finally getting into like the history and biases of it. So it was historically believed that a trans person would only be considered cured or valid if you passed as cisgender and identified as heterosexual. So among the community, and I'm not sure if y'all are aware, but there is a need not only in the trans community, from certain people and from outsiders for the need to pass as the opposite gender. So if you're trans and you pass, then you're good because you're following within the norm. If you are trans and you don't pass, then no, like that's not valid. And that's how it was back then too. That's where this stems from. Gay and lesbian trans patients were historically denied medical care due to this belief. So if you were trans and let's say you were a trans man and you identified as gay, you would be denied medical care, because the requirement would be to be heterosexual. And same for a trans woman who is a lesbian. Some of the earliest records of this date back to the 1960s, and are continuously practiced today in certain areas. Note that as of 2018, gender affirming surgery has been practiced for more than 30 years. So this has been going on for a long time. I know that this notion of passing and identifying as heterosexual was still occurring even in the early 2000s in certain states. I'll talk about more of what I do at the Pride Center in a bit, but I do have was made aware of some people in a group that I facilitate that in the early 2000s in Arizona, they still had that requirement. I'm not too sure if it has changed since then, but that is still something happening. Of course, the role of the counselor was to be a gatekeeper for trans patients' medical care. So counselors were often tasked with as the overseers for diagnosing gender dysphoria. And of course, at the time, that would be transsexualism or gender identity disorder. The diagnosis meant approval or denial for further access to medical treatment. It was nearly, if not entirely, at the disposal of the counselor to believe if a trans client were to be truly transgender/transsexual. So that is, if a counselor were not to believe that a trans client is truly trans, they could not give you the diagnosis, and then that would keep them from getting any treatment. Gatekeeping counselors would also ensure that trans clients who completed their transition would live as heterosexual afterwards. And I believe that would occur for about 2 years. That they would basically do like continued treatment with them and make sure that they're heterosexual and still like passing within society. In the past, it was required for trans married individuals to end their marriages before they could access treatment. And their psychological dysfunctions needed to be well controlled. Even though many were denied treatment regardless, due to the trans identity being viewed as pathological and a hyposexual condition. And of course, as well as lesbian, bisexual, gay identities, also asexual, also being viewed as pathological. So it was very difficult to access care as early as the 1960s, and sometimes even now. For today's treatment, a diagnosis for gender dysphoria is still required in many institutions to receive access to medical care, as it pertains to medical, like surgical procedures. So that would include like top surgery, like mastectomies or phalloplasties. It's respectively called like top and bottom surgery in the community. In some institutions, though, a diagnosis is not required upon entry if you are receiving hormone replacement therapy or HRT. Sometimes you can go in and the providers themselves will put that diagnosis down if it's required via insurance, but it is mostly not a requirement in most states if you're an adult. Trans patients today, as previously noted, continue to experience limitations in receiving treatment from unqualified providers who maintain biases and prejudices. So, as reported by the Williams Institute, there are more than 300,000 high school aged, so 13 to 17-year-old trans youth in the US today. As of April 2024, 38%, or about almost 114,000 trans youth are living in the 24 states that have passed bans on gender affirming care for trans youth. Some states, including Texas, have considered banning care for trans people up to the ages of 26. So currently in 24 states, if you are younger than the age of 18 and you are trans, you cannot receive any type of gender affirming care, which would include hormone blockers and hormone replacement therapy. There's a lot of continuous needs and concerns for the trans community as it pertains to medical providers and counselors. Information pertaining to stereotypes. A lot of these stereotypes can be manifested into the person if they are trans due to it being continuously said by providers and counselors. Financial accessibility is always one. It's difficult to get medical care in a lot of aspects, hormone replacement therapy included. And so qualified providers, of course, is another thing. There's a lot of provider difficulty when dealing with nurse practitioners or doctors or counselors who are unfamiliar with trans identities. Healthcare proxy, cancer, adolescent depression and suicide, adoption, sexual health practices, all of these questions can never truly, or can rarely rather, be fully answered for trans patients because a lot of providers aren't too sure how to answer that as it pertains to them. And more often than not, trans patients and clients are left to be the one looking that up for themselves, rather than receiving help and guidance from a professional. HIV, surrogate parenting, transgender mental and physical health issues, intimate partner violence or loss, obtaining information, like I said, from health specialists about treatment options, procedures, and outcomes. The ease of access of receiving information on that is pretty okay to look up online from trans resources. However, very specific details aren't always shared, and most people want to hear this information from a medical provider or from a counselor who would professionally, assumably know on the medical provider side. But those questions aren't always answered. And then, of course, lack of social support, especially in certain areas, given we're in South Texas and things like that. Other states, of course. Of course, these needs and concerns vary state by state. So, of course, like people in Washington, trans people in Washington, or like up in Austin even may have different experiences than people like compared to Corpus or I can't think of another place, but you get what I mean. So keep that in mind as well. But as far as a list goes of what people have reported, these are some of the main ones. Okay, I'm speaking a lot. Does anyone have a question or comment real quick? Well, I drink something. Cool. Okay. So how can you advocate for trans patients and clients? First of all, what do trans people even think about all this? Because it's never really the question that's asked, right? So we talked a lot about gender dysphoria from the perspective of providers and like researchers and psychiatrists and medical professionals. What does the community even think about it? So I find in working within the community, I do facilitate a trans and non-binary support group at the Pride Center. And just being in the community too, a lot of trans people don't think gender dysphoria is necessary to be trans. So basically, you don't have to feel that incongruence in order to be trans, is what's heavily believed within the community. Many people in the community also believe that HRT and surgical processes aren't necessary either. There is no qualification for being trans, nor is passing a necessity as well. Now, of course, there are divides even in the community. on these beliefs. Like I said, however, there is not a there's not these beliefs are not recorded on a research-based capacity. I would love to do that, but this is what I see within the community, not only being in it, but also working in it. And mind you, I work with this group on a weekly basis, and the group changes up to like 30 people. So it really does vary. There's actual terminology that the trans community uses based on people who believe in the requirement for medical processes, or the need to pass and things like that. They're often looked down upon, because they see it as, or rather the trans community sees it as, why do we continue feeding into a binary? So is this really needed? Of course, when a trans person seeks services anyways, that is given to them, whether or not it's something that they actually have. But again, that brings up the biases of the counselor or the psychiatrist or the medical provider. And taking that into consideration of the client, I think should be looked at more, or at least considered. But that is what I see within the community. And I think it's interesting, and I think it should be definitely researched more. But as far as like professional academic research goes, this notion does not quite exist just yet. I would love to do it though. So we discussed a lot of limitations that they face, that the trans clients and patients face. Devastatingly enough, there is a large amount of non-affirming and discriminatory care in counseling, because it includes an overall misunderstanding of gender identity, inappropriate use of terminology, so the wrong terminology being used, a lot of outdated terminology being used, incorrect language, and oftentimes counselors, medical providers, and things like that will just avoid the subject of gender identity entirely, which of course, if a trans client or patient is seeking services for their identity, it's something that they are struggling with and want help with, that can be devastating, not only to the client, but also to the relationship and how their viewpoint is on receiving services, which is already very difficult enough. Among healthcare providers, even today, there is this stigma and fixation on medically transitioning, the need to pass. This can lead to very objectifying experiences for trans people. And I see this a lot when I'm working with my group that I help facilitate at the Pride Center. A lot more times than not, they feel more like a research specimen. I've been told many times that they believe or felt that they have been viewed under a microscope rather than someone seeking support and care. And it is very common to see, again, this is not research-based. It is something that I see within the community and I would like to continue to do. But this is what I see. But the objectifying experience at least has been recorded in the resources that I put. But that need to pass and that stigma is still pretty existent even today. In the realm of counseling, of course, affirmative care, and Micah talked about this a lot. Micah did it very wonderfully. Can be defined as culturally humble, relevant, and responsive to the client and their identities. That doesn't only include gender identity, but can include other identities such as race and ethnicity, sexuality, religion. So of course, this can be used in lots of different areas. Broaching the topic of social inequities that the trans, non-binary, and gender non-conforming communities face could be super imperative to enhancing the therapeutic relationship. Like I said, when that topic is not broached for a person who's struggling with authenticity and identity and living a life as a trans person could be very devastating to them. Cultural humility for these communities include understanding the uniqueness and complexities of being transgender, non-binary, and or gender non-conforming. And then, of course, always take the reason for seeking services into consideration. If a trans person is coming in and they're not mentioning like I'm struggling with my gender identity and they're instead dealing with grief or loss of a relationship or financial hardship. Keep those in the back of your mind, but don't always assume that it's because they're trans. Does that make sense? So with any client, take their reason for seeking services into consideration. And of course, keep in mind that although people within the community have similar and or shared experiences, everyone's experience with being trans is entirely unique to them. This can change really drastically depending on age, race and ethnicity, location, ease of access to care, and even their individual identities as it pertains to them. So religion. Are they a parent? Are they like within a foster family, adopted? There's a lot of things to take into consideration how they're living as a trans person with their other identities as well. Because I can say my experience as a Hispanic trans man is very different compared to someone who is white and trans. With any client, of course, it is good practice to not assume that they always fall within a particular framework of culture and experiences. So, of course, you have those things in the back of your pocket that, you know, these things do exist, but always consider what the client is going through and what they express to you. Of course, unlearning and relearning your understanding of gender and the societal gender binary is always a good start. Micah did talk about this earlier. I keep going back to her because she just did such a great job. Using gender neutral language is always one of my recommendations. Using they, them pronouns for everyone until otherwise stated is usually a safe way to go. Referring to certain aspects of life. So like someone like pregnant mothers, you can say someone who has the ability to like be pregnant, or like feminine products in terms of menstrual cycles, just saying like menstrual products, making switches like that so it's more general to everyone and not like one way or the other. Of course, that's not heavily instated, but it does help a lot if you're trying to that hey, you're an ally, you like understand trans struggle, if you want to be a trans ally, little things like that really helps out. Introducing yourself with your pronouns. You know, like I said, I started off with my name is Santiago, my pronouns are he, him. Doing that is very quick and simple when you're meeting with your clients or introducing yourself. Including your pronouns in your email signatures. I see a lot of that lately, and it's pretty great. Altering your documentation, again, to be more inclusive to trans identities. Micah had talked about including a blank space for gender identity. Of course, again, it is a struggle when you're trying to deal with legal documentation, but for the most part, and in my experience, a lot of trans people understand that. Not making a big deal out of it is one of the best recommendations that I give to people. Just say like, for XYZ reasons, we need legal name, like real quick, and then it's right away. So removing he/she in writing, I see this a lot where people are writing, let's say like articles or anything. I see it in syllabi, where it's like he/she will do XYZ, like whatever. Removing that and just putting like they, them pronouns, again, to be more inclusive. Again, that goes into utilizing small signs to demonstrate allyship and support. Again, little symbols in your office, a little flag maybe, if that's what you had like. I mentioned the safe zone training sticker earlier, or any type of allyship sticker, just somewhere subtle can help out a lot. Showing your willingness to learn and listen. Again, understanding that their experiences are unique to them, and just letting them be heard, because that's something a lot of trans people, I find at least, are not allowed. And of course, listen to the community is what like the best possible thing, but do not expect them to always be the educator. Again, we do not want to emphasize the feeling of the trans community believing they're under a microscope or a research specimen. Listen to them, but don't expect them to be the only educators there. right? Now, people like myself, I'm happy to educate people on it because that is what I want to do as per my career. But for the entirety of the community, I can't speak for everyone in the community. So again, that's where seeking proper training comes from. The Pride Center does offer safe zone training at the university as well. I can connect you with resources too. Again, allow them to be seen and heard without judgment or bias is probably the most important part. Just allowing them to be heard. And then, yeah, that's what I had. I spoke a lot. So there's like 5 minutes left. So if anyone had any questions or comments or anything, I'm all good.
I'm sort of, and if you don't know the answer, that's fine. I'm sort of curious about how that stuff you talked about earlier, like they were required to end their marriages, they were required to continue to be heterosexual. Like, how would they check up on that? Like, was it a system like they have with like immigration where if you're married, they like come in to check to see if you're really married and you have to provide documentation of your marriage and like there's all this weird stuff you got to do, like provide letters or like photos or whatever? Was it something like that where you had to provide documentation of living a heterosexual life in order to continue to receive care?
Basically, it was something that I try to look into as well to clarify. I was like, how are you going to make sure they're straight after
Yeah,
that?
right?
So it was very confusing. So when I was looking into it, there were processes like that. So like, like when you do a research study, you kind of maintain contact with them for X amount of time. It was essentially like that, but treatment. And so it was like follow-ups and follow-ups and follow-ups. Of course, if you get married again, you have marriage licenses and certificates. If you like you live in a home, of course, like it would depend if they did like home visits or things like that. It really changed based on the provider. But I could not find like any specific process that would work for everyone, but that was the information that was there. It was also very astounding to me to think that after they had transitioned, they were trying to make sure like, okay, you're still straight, right? Like after 2 years. So it was very interesting. I would love to look into it more.
Yeah. Again, that'd be a really interesting thing to look into because like you said, doesn't sound like it was a really unified process. So probably each hospital did it differently and maybe even each doctor did it differently. It does sound very invasive and annoying to the people who had to deal with it as well.
Yeah, for sure. Because already they had to uproot a lot of their lives. Even people in completely happy marriages who were, lack of better term, like okay with their partner transitioning, still had to be ended despite that. So it was again, like you said, very invasive, very detrimental and devastating to go through at the time. Thank you for your question, though.
Oh, yeah, no problem. That was a lot of good information. This entire presentation was been fascinating and very well done.
Thank you. I do want to continue this research in my career. Like I said, I could go over each three of these sections like for conferences by themselves, but it is a lot of information. So did anyone else have anything else in the last like 2 minutes? Can stop sharing. Also, if anyone was interested in having the presentation, I can put my email. Most of you should have my email regardless. And I could definitely send that to y'all. Again, I also work at the Pride Center, so if any resources are needed or if y'all have any questions, I'm always happy to help out and share any of that. So okay. Well, thank y'all for letting me present. It was a really good opportunity and I really enjoyed setting this all up. So I really appreciate y'all. Thank y'all.
Thank you for coming. Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much, Santiago. This was very helpful. You provided really great information for us. So this concludes now our conference. That was the last presentation, and we're so grateful that you all came to listen and join us. And thank you all to all the presenters who, put in all the time and energy in your wonderful presentations. And so it was really great. So we really appreciate you all. We will be uploading this to our Tex-CHIP website. And our Tex-CHIP website is the following link. So feel free to check out our other trainings that we've done, and this will be uploaded soon, probably later this week. So thank you all very much, and this is it. So we really appreciate it, and I hope that you all have a great rest of your weekend. Happy Mother's Day to you all.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Happy Mother's Day. Will we be able to download it from the website so we can just like maybe have our presentation for our own documents?
I believe we will. I think we'll upload it on YouTube. Is that right, Sharon?
Yeah, so we uploaded to YouTube and then we posted on the Tex-CHIP website. So you'll have the link to share if you like.
Great. Thank you.
Mhm.
Well, thank y'all so much again. It was a
you.
great experience. So
Yes, thank you, Santiago.
Thank you,
Have a great
Santiago.
one.
Thank you
you.
for listening. I really appreciated this and had a good time learning from everyone.
Awesome.
Bye.
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 Bye. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday.
You
You
too.
too.